Yes, of course. It's been many years. Over again, times 5,000.
Before we first start, just noting that people up here on the panel, the mics are always on, so if you speak directly, you will be heard. But if you want to have a side conversation, make sure you're away from the mic. Okay. So, without further ado, let me pass the floor to our chair, Amrita Chowdhury.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible, and thank you for coming in for the first session of IGF 2025 at 9 a.m. It is of the IGF Support Association, and we'll give you a brief overview of what we do for people who do not know about IGFSA. And then we have a few questions on which we would want to have an interactive session about. Can we see the next slide, please? So this is our agenda. We would be discussing what our mandate is, and we have a few questions where our EC members would take turns to lead and want to interact with, and we would also want to have next steps. Normally at the IGF, we have our annual general meeting, but since it's mid-year, we are not doing it. The AGM would be held at the end of the year. For those who are coming into the room, you would have to use the headsets to hear what is happening, and the channel is 4. Can we go to the next slide? So IGFSA, this is some of our EC members here. And we were set up in 2014. The main aim was to support the Internet Governance Forum, and the goal was also to support the national and regional and sub-regional and youth initiatives, especially of Global South. The next slide. And over the years, these are the figures till 2024 or December. The kind of supports which we have done. Our endeavor is to support more with more funding, but we also have to look for funding options. But this is what we have been doing, supporting the IGF as well as the national regional youth initiatives. The next slide, please. So with that, perhaps I would pass it on to Joyce Chen, who would be leading this part of the discussion. And Joyce, over to you.
Thanks very much, Amrita, and welcome to everybody. Thank you for joining us. First session of Day 0 at IGF early in the morning. And for those of you who are joining us from other places, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you as well. We try and make this session more interactive. And so this isn't really for us to be speaking to you about the questions that you see on the screen. It is really meant for you to be responding to us, your thoughts and views about the question. So if you'd like to move up to the stage, you are very welcome to join us. This isn't all just the EC members. It's also anybody is free to join. It's also easier for us to see you as you're speaking. So feel free to join us. Don't be shy. So the first question is, what is the impact of the WSIS Plus 20 review, IGF mandate renewal on the NRIs and, of course, the youth initiatives? And the second question is, if the funding mechanisms for the IGF changes substantially, will there be knock-on effects for the NRIs? I think this is really coming from the point of view that the WSIS Plus 20 review process is happening this year in 2025, and it is going to be rounded up by the end of this year in December. And while the member states have not made a decision on the IGF mandate, if there were changes to the nature or the status of the IGF, so for example, there are some calls for the IGF to be made a permanent institution under the UN, that may or may not happen after this year. If that were the case, sorry, yes? Oh, sorry. I was receiving some signal, so I wasn't sure if I had to stop for something. Where was I? So yes. So if there were changes to the mandate of the IGF and the institution itself, what would be the effect for the NRIs in being able to receive funding, and also for the IGF itself, where would they get their sources of funding if it's going to be primarily member state contributions? So I think this is the context for where we are coming from in terms of these first two questions. I know these are deep and hard questions to ask first thing in the morning. But I will open the floor for any views. Please feel free to come up. I think there's a mic there. And also all the mics here are available for you to speak.
From Vint.
So Vint, please go ahead.
Oh, good morning, everyone. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here in Washington, D.C. So I'm half awake and I've got my coffee with me, so that helps. With regard to this question, the first issue is whether IGF continues. And of course, that's the thing that WSIS plus 20 will determine. On the presumption that it continues, I have been advocating as the chair of the leadership panel that it continue on a permanent basis and that its funding come not exclusively, but primarily out of the normal UN support structure. That does not remove an opportunity for IGFSA to persist and also to look for additional voluntary funding, as the Secretariat would also do and has done since its creation. So I don't think there's any change there. Whether there would be funds made available to IGFSA as a result of such a shift is not clear to me. So I think that's something that we'll need to investigate and to discuss with the UN representatives. DESA would be a good start there. Just thinking generally about the NRIs were created on their own. They were not created with specific support by the UN. And that's an important observation to make. They're there because people wanted to be engaged. They wanted to deal with the internet governance questions on a local basis. And I think that desire will persist. And once again, since they don't get official funding either from the UN or other sources, they do get support from the Secretariat. And so that might be not only continue, but it might also help the NRIs perform their function. The last point I'd like to make, and thank you for letting me go on a bit, is that I think the persistence of the IGF will in part depend on the ability of the NRIs to become useful to member states. And so the question there is, what can the NRIs do that would help a member state either assess how well internet is being used in country or what steps might be needed for the internet to be more useful? And so producing something, whether it's studies or measurements, as in the UN ROMEX metrics, making the NRIs useful to member states will contribute, I think, to the idea that IGF should continue after WSIS plus 20. So I'll stop there. I'm very interested to hear what other people have to say about these very important questions.
Thanks very much, Vint, for kicking us off and give us a little bit to chew on. I think there is a comment online from Kiki. Kiki, do you want to take the mic and read out your comment? And you can also elaborate a little bit more from that. You want to read it out? Okay. I think Jennifer will read it out. Yeah.
Just for those who are not in the Zoom room but are on audio, there was a comment in the Zoom room from Kiki Fong Lim, and it reads, "When I support the IGF mandate, it is because of the NRIs and their function to scaffold local and regional knowledge sharing and and tangible outputs from the communities within national or regional."
Thanks very much, Kiki. Do I have any responses to either Vint or Kiki, or you might have your own view that you'd like to share? I'm just looking around. It's quite a wide room, so I have to do a lot of looking.
So for those who have come in right now, we are just discussing on these two questions, which you can see on the screen. And please feel free to speak. You would have to come up to the mics at the end, or the table is quite empty. You can come and sit here. We would like to hear your views on these questions. We have 3 sets of questions, but this is the first one. Vince shared his views and so did Kiki, but if anyone feels like speaking, and we just want to have a discussion here, it would be really helpful. And perhaps, Marcus, can I put you on spot to give your views till others form some views on this? Sorry.
Yeah, that's yes, thank you. I had not been prepared. It's an unfair attack, I think. Well, the question is, yes, it's comes from many quarters to make the IGF part of the regular UN budget. And the question is, would there be knock-on effects for the NRIs? Frankly, I don't think so. It wouldn't change much in terms of funding. Okay, it would be more comfortable for the IGF to have the regular funding part of it through the UN budget, although the UN budget, as we all know, is under severe attack. So it remains to be seen, how much they would get out of the budget. But it would give institutional stability to the IGF. That in itself, I think, would be a very positive effect. But in terms of funding, honestly, I don't think it would change much. There still would quite a lot of extra funding would be needed through outside resources. And obviously, the IGFSA remains a valid institution, but I don't think it would affect or have any impact on the IGFSA as such. These are my initial preliminary thoughts. Thank you.
Yes, please kindly state your name and affiliation if you'd like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Mary Uduma. I coordinate the West Africa Internal Governance Forum. And on question 1, if there is any change, there are changes in the renewal of the mandate, as we are calling, I don't see much changing at the local level. The only thing that I know that will happen is that governments at the national level or sub-regional level or regional level will now be more interested. It might provide more support, whether in kind or in cash, because different communities and different countries, the NRI position is differently viewed. And so I will see that if the mandate is renewed permanently and it becomes, the frontline process of the UN, the governments of the nations will not take interest. It will not just be civil society again, because in some countries it's only civil society that is organizing the IGF. So for that, support might be better, but might not be enough. Because in some countries, governments are interested and supporting, but don't support enough. So they provide some kind. So the rest will still source funding for our program. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mary, for sharing that. It's actually quite interesting because I know both for our Nigeria IGF and also West Africa IGF, it's actually quite a big, undertaking for all of that. One thing I wanted to point out also is for many of the NRIs, there is a substantial grant that happens from the IGF Secretariat. So one thing that I can see that could be happening if anything really changed substantially is there would need to be a gap that needs to be filled because, of course, from the generosity of the grants coming from IGF Secretariat, and that we can talk about a little bit as well. It would make it necessary for a lot of the NRIs to kind of consider different sources of funding and diversifying the way that we look at sponsorship as well. And I think that's a really good segue into our next one, but I'll hand it back to Joyce to see if we can wrap these two questions.
Yep. I just want to make note that we do have two comments online, which I'll read out. So Mark Cavell, as a member of the European Regional IGF, I share in principle what Vin has said about being useful for individual and regional IGFs, but the practicalities of this will vary across the 170 plus NRIs according to the degree of recognition and support provided by the national administrations for individual NRIs. And Bia Guevara, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, why IGFs and regional youth initiatives will have more space and support in the global dialogue with intergenerational approaches embedded in official outcomes. I also think better coordination will improve the synergies among NRIs and encourage inclusive participation. Thanks very much for these comments. I'm just doing a quick sweep to see if I missed anyone else out. Just in closing for this section, I appreciate the optimism, and I do hope that, if the IGF were to get its mandate renewed and that it moves into a more permanent structure, that means that there would be more resources made available from all the varying contributions from member states on top of any other additional funding sources. What I would like to note, though, is that I think as part of the WSIS plus 20 review process, I think it is kind of contingent on us to inform the member states who are negotiating about the importance of the NRIs, and to make sure that when we are talking about sustainability of the IGF, we also include the NRIs. My worry is that we see the IGF as just the annual event and then miss out on the intersessional work and the NRIs that are also part of the IGF ecosystem. So as much as possible, I would encourage when you are speaking with your governments, with your administrations, with different stakeholders in your local community, make sure that the word on the NRIs is you raise awareness of it so that they are thinking in a more holistic manner as they're doing their negotiations. I think this is the important piece. I'll close here and I'll move on to the next person.
Yes, thank you so much, Joyce. I think that's important because, the renewal of the mandate and also the survival of many NRIs are very interlinked in many countries, and we should not forget that, the communities at the grassroots level. And with this, we move to Flavio. And Flavio, you would be leading this section, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Amrita. Can we see the questions on the screen, on the Zoom room, please?
I'll just go and call Fiona.
So this, again, this is not for us to speak about those issues. We would love to hear from you, your visions, your contributions regarding these three questions about funding. Yeah, the first one, which are the current funding models and best practices for the NRIs that you are involved in as important stakeholders in your respective NRIs in your regions or countries? What are the common pain points for fundraising that you feel trying to get funding for your NRIs? And then we should kind of brainstorm together here what funding strategies and innovations can the IGF and the NRIs explore. So we know that NRIs try to access very different types of funding, from IGFSA, of course, from the Internet Society Foundation, from the IGF Secretariat. This means from the trust fund itself, from local governments, organizations from the technical community, ICANN, the RRIs, from the local CCTLDs, internet service providers, technology companies, telecom companies, universities, industry associations, and so on. So there's a wide spectrum of different funding sources, and of course this depends very much on the local reality of each country. So, but would love to hear from you. Yeah, what are the other funding models you are using? What type of funds you are accessing, and what are the pain points you have, and would you have suggestions for new strategies, innovations that the community could try to use to access new types of funding. So, floor is...
Vint.
Yeah, Vint, please.
Well, I have just a generic response here. I've been in the business of trying to raise funds for nonprofits for many, many years now. And the usual question when you approach anyone for funding is, well, what's in it for me? And I don't mean necessarily in some, self-centered way. Someone who is asked to fund something will ask, well, why would I do that? What is the benefit that my support confers? And I'm pretty sure that that's not always an easy question to answer. You want some concrete way of explaining why funding this particular activity is a good thing, either for the funder in some very direct way, or in an indirect way because it benefits the local environment. So the consequence of that line of reasoning reinforces my general sense that the NRIs in particular have an opportunity to speak to potential funders to say, if you fund us, we will be able to do the following things, which we believe will improve the utility of the internet in our country or in our region. But I'm very interested to hear what some of the other folks have to say. In some parts of the world, private sector funding is not common. It's more common in the U.S. perhaps than in other places, and so we forget that not always the private sector is accustomed to supporting these kinds of operations. So let's hear from some of the NRIs about their experience so far.
Yeah, thank you, Vint. So, floor is open.
I can.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. So my name is Vanov Sapyan. I'm from Regional Internet Registry, RIPE NCC, but I have also some roots to support of IGF initiatives in the Central Asia, Caucasus, Moldova, and some other countries. We can also understand that in some cases, it is also attractive for private companies to come there and make the sponsorship because it is a really good visibility and more mature. The IGF is more possibilities for the organizers to engage them and ensure this visibility and sell them these packages. But we should also remember that technical community is quite passionate to participate if you discuss there the issues that is really, really important for them, not something that is very far from their reality, but that is very close to them, like the infrastructure access and all this stuff. And it is already the issue of the organizer to ensure this engagement, to bring to the agenda really important and urgent issues of the local community. Another point is the engagement of the state. I don't believe, or it will be very tough for the developing countries to put it in the budget. But it can also create the possibility to engage new partners. We, at least in our region, IT is not very active to participate in the IGF initiatives, but if it goes to the upper level, let's say, it might open the door for the IT also to make this intervention and to make funding and to ensure this funding for them. So I'm quite optimistic, but we should work together all together with technical community, with civil society, the government, and all other stakeholders to ensure that it is not going the wrong way. It is not, well, we say that there are a lot of possibilities, but we have now a current model that at least ensuring the proactive promotion of IGF and activities of IGF in the region and in the country. So we should make sure that we can keep it at least. Another part is very active engagement of CCTLDs. At least in our region, they are either hosting the IGFs or supporting these IGFs. And it is also maybe our role to tell them that they are also a very important part that is supporting these IGF initiatives, because they're also their eligibility somehow comes from the community, and that is why they should and they should support these activities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Someone else would like to? Yeah.
It's on, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving the opportunity that we can sit here around and discuss this important topic. I'm organizing the regional IGF, the EuroDIC, the IGF for Europe, and I'm doing this since almost 20 years now. I can't believe I'm saying that. What strikes me in those almost 20 years is that I have the feeling that for the NRIs, the regional internationals in particular, it is still somehow expected that we are working on a rather voluntary basis, or at least on a very low budget. And this is somehow anticipated that it's just like that. At a certain point, we did not really get over the status of grassroots initiatives. On the other hand, full performance is expected. And just to give you an example, I want to remind us when the pandemic hit the world, we realized that we were actually front runners in virtual work and remote participation. And suddenly the entire world understood the costs that are involved and the effort that is involved in running meaningful remote participation to really make it work. And this is just an example how we performed even before the pandemic in this respect. And then suddenly everyone realized, oh my gosh, this is a lot of effort. This is really expensive. And but it was just expected that we are doing this. And we did it with a lot of enthusiasm, with a lot of voluntary work, etc. But honestly, this cannot go on for another 5 or 10 years. We are doing this since almost 20 years now, and that is a way too long time. So I think it's a matter of expectation management here. We really have to say, if you expect full performance on all levels, and it's not just technical issues, it's also outreach to the political level, engaging of all stakeholders, and engaging stakeholders is possibly the most hardest part of our work. Not ordering a room and setting up technical infrastructure, but reaching the stakeholders. And here, where the national regional IGFs play a really important role, because they can reach out to the local and to the national level. They understand the issues, and they speak the language that is spoken in communities that are not familiar with having a conversation in English. So I do agree what had been said in the first segment, that a permanent mandate and a well-financed mandate for the IGF Secretariat will definitely help national and regional IGFs to get the needed attention on the regional and on a national level. But I also don't expect that it will help funding the national and regionals, because as said, we are not UN bodies, we started as grassroots initiatives. I see a big need for the private sector, and in particular big tech, to play the role here, because what we are doing here, basically, we are fighting for a free and interoperable internet, and big tech has the biggest benefit of all this. So they must step in, and the IGFSA as an institution to manage a trust fund could be very helpful in this respect, collecting money. That then helps the national and regional IGFs to do their work on the ground. But expectations and anticipations at the moment are very far apart from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay.
Yeah, Mary, please.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The NRIs, as we started from nowhere. Nobody instituted it, and it was organic. It started from the grassroots. And what we have done in my own region, the administrations in my region, we've been getting them involved in the first instance. For instance, in West Africa, our secretariat is with the West Africa Economic Commission, called ECOWAS. And we have member states. And each year we get an administration to do the heavy lifting for us in terms of funding. They provide 80% of the funds or resources we need to organize our our annual meeting. our businesses have not been involved so much. But last year, what we did was to develop a package, saying that, funding package to attract resources from the non-usual cooperators and funders. And one of them, we were able to get funding from a Uber-like organization that operates in West Africa. And this year again, we did the same, and we found out that we got attention. But getting that attention of the resource funders, we also need to convince them that there's something in there for them. Just like others have spoken, and also the visibility. So some of them want to be in the plenary session, or do workshop, or do exhibition, just to encourage them. So those are the strategies we have used, and it has worked for us. We held the last one in Nigeria, and it was very, very successful. So, but we have not convinced the private sector enough to be able to participate fully. So we are still looking at what we should do to attract the private sector, but we give them sessions. So with that session, it creates visibility for them. So that's how we have been managing our funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Yeah, please.
Hi, thank you. This is Lee McKnight, a veteran, going back to the Caribbean Internet Forum, which started 2 years before there was an Internet Governance Forum. So working closely with the Jamaican government in those very early days. What I'm hearing all around the room, first, I just want to compliment everybody how far we've come over the decades. The fact that there's now 170 plus NRIs is amazing. It's a tribute to the work of everybody in the room and online that they exist. Second, I wanted to highlight the, complementarity. Probably they wouldn't exist without the UN IGF and all the work of people here at the UN. Marilyn Cade, I'm thinking of, who's passed away, who helped and encourage and provide a model for the local initiatives. So now turning back to the funding question, it was hard 22 years ago for the Courtney Jackson from the government of Jamaica to persuade industry to throw in funds. It was impossible for me to get big tech companies to say, I can't go to my boss and say, there's going to be a meeting in Grenada that I have to be at, and Google's going to sponsor it, or whoever it is. So there's a balance between needs of the local and regional communities, which somehow has gotten us to this point. I do think it will be easier somewhat if the UN IGF is institutionalized. That will then provide further legitimacy for the grassroots efforts and will sort of strengthen the support potential going forward. So I don't think there's going to be any magic solution, and I feel our Eurodig founders' pain in having done this so long, and so we're overcoming so many challenges. So it's still going to be difficult. There's not going to be no magic solutions, but I think with the progress made over the decades and with IGF, UN IGF institutionalization, it should get marginally better, not magically better. Thank you.
So thank you. So we have Jordan and then Edmond. Yeah, Jordan.
Thank you, Flavio. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jordan Carter. I work for the Australian Domain Administration, the organization that runs the .au CCTLD. Just two thoughts. In my experience in both New Zealand and Australia, the most integral funding partners for the national IGFs have been the CCTLD manager. The IGF is a core part of the country's internet governance infrastructure. And when the CC has a role and a responsibility to do that in its strategy or its mandate from the government, it's a natural fit, at least partly because it tends to be disinterested in the outcomes and the substance of the discussion. So it's a great supporter for a neutral platform. I guess that could be different if there was a fight about the CCTLD happening in the local area, but usually most of the time that doesn't seem to be the case. So if you're from a CC and you're not currently a supporter of that internet governance infrastructure, I would urge you to do so. The second point I'd make is just to highlight the tension between some of these private sector wishes that we have for funding and the fact that the NRIs and the IGF generally are designed to be dialogue forums. And when you've been in this game for a while, you sort of think about the decision shaping and norm making facets there. But if you're a harried executive with limited funds to give out, you tend to prioritize things where a decision is going to be made that you care about. So ironically, the non-decisional aspect of this forum, which is so important, makes it more difficult to achieve private sector funding. And I think it's more important to keep that dialogue space than it is to change it in order to save that funding thing, which reinforces the importance of organizations like CCTLDs being resources for their NRIs, resources in this case being funding, and other in-kind support. At ADA, we provide the Secretariat for the National IGF as well. Hope that helps. Thanks.
Thank you, Jordan. Yeah, Edmund?
Edmund here, and from .Asia, we're, like Sandra, we've been supporting the APR IGF as Secretariat, but also speaking from, I guess, Internet Society Hong Kong, where the Hong Kong IGF that I'm involved in, building on what I guess really Vint and Sandra, and also what Jordan touched on. I think besides the getting the support which we really lean on, the ISOCs, the CCTLDs, the registries for at this moment, I think creating impact of the work that really informs the local legislation, what might be a very important part, because right now the line between the NRIs and the actual decision-making part, which Jordan highlighted, is not quite there. But I think one of the things that the institutionalization of IGF or the UN IGF would be very useful for is to bring this parliamentary track thing to the NRIs, because then that thread between the NRI discussion and the local legislation could be much better drawn, and that I think would create the impact, and that would create the interest for sponsorship for other types of funding that would support the NRIs, which came from a grassroots direction as mentioned. But the UN IGF, once institutionalized, can really bring the parliamentary track to the NRIs, and I think this could create impact.
Yep, Jennifer.
Thanks, Flavio. So this is Jennifer, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of being part of the Secretariat team of the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. I think many colleagues have already mentioned that the CCTLDs do play a very large role, especially when they also host and help out with their the national IGFs. But of course, in APAC region, they also do a lot to host the regional IGFs when we rotate to them. I mean, just looking at Jordan as well, when APR IGF was in Australia and Brisbane, AUDA did a very, very big part in doing so. And as we've rotated to other countries and economies, the same thing happens. But now I'm going to speak on behalf of, I guess, a little bit more of the Gs, the generic top-level domains, I guess. .Asia is one of them, and I see in the room there are quite a few of us here, PIR I'm seeing, and of course VeriSign is not in the room, but they also play a very large part in supporting their national IGFs. And I think our NCC colleague, who now might not be in the room anymore, but have also mentioned technical community does play a very large role, especially in supporting NRIs and youth initiatives around the world. I see ICANN in the room. I see Adam over there. I don't know if you want to mention a little more. There is a lot of support around there, as well as ISOC. ISOC itself has also a foundation that looks into funding and supporting, both in kind and of course in cash, a lot of the different NRI networks. And I think a lot of the NRIs also rely very much on their local ISOC chapters to help with the funding there. One thing I wanted to point out is that, of course, looking at a more innovative or different funding strategy is a little we do have a little bit of framework around it, because the NRIs, like the IGF, is non-commercial. So when we're looking into putting into some kind of packaging or something for the donors or sponsors, especially when we're looking at private sector or big tech or companies, it becomes quite difficult for them to understand and justify, okay, if we're going to support you, but what about our logos? Are we going to have this? Yeah. What is it that we can get? And it becomes a little bit of a dialogue back and forth to actually explain this is the criteria of what the NRIs have to do, because this is a non-commercial. We cannot look into charging an admission fee. I don't know if people in the room have taken a look at the non-papers that I guess both the Swiss government and also the Australian government have put out, and in there's some actually quite creative ideas about looking at it from a different point of view. I think it is ideas for food for thought, and how we can look into getting more sustainable models of funding both the NRIs and also the global IGF. But these also are questions that we don't have answers, and I think it's a really good brainstorming session right now for us to consider. Back to you, Flavio.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I think we have to move forward. Yeah. I see Amrita worried there. So thank you for this very good exchange of ideas. I think we have this fantastic NRIs network, which is led by the IGF Secretariat, and I think that there is a lot of room for exchanging good practices, that people from different NRIs share their good practices with the other ones and give new ideas, insights of different types of funding sources that can be approached. And we know that the community has a lot of things to share with the other NRIs, and I hope that the NRIs network can be used for that. So let's move to the next point in the agenda.
Right.
Amrita, please.
Thank you so much, Flavio. And for those who have more ideas but could not speak, you could also email it to us. And if you want to speak, those who have just come in, we have the mics on the table. Please feel to come and sit out here and raise your hand. We'll have Fiona taking in the next section. But yes, in NRI funding, NRIs are different. They come from varied backgrounds. The countries are different. Things which may work in some countries may not, but best practices, if they are shared, helps because sustainability is a challenge for the NRIs for sure. Fiona, the next section is yours, 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Amrita. Good morning, everyone. I believe that following through from the discussion as we continue, we're going to see the importance of sustainability planning for the NRIs moving forward, and a number of things are glaringly hitting us in the face. For example, what has been mentioned about the role of getting the different stakeholders to be involved in the discussions. It is important that with where we've reached right now, we should have already had this all the stakeholders coming in for the IGF, for the national IGF at the national levels, and being able to then cascade it upwards and getting them to participate even at the global IGF. But that seems to be a challenge which we have to figure out how to overcome. That said and done, as we continue having our national and regional internet governance forums, what are the things that we need to consider moving forward? Is there a role still for the IGFSA to play in the national and regional IGF forums? And what would be the role of the NRIs in ensuring sustainability of resourcing of the global IGF? Is there a role for the NRIs to play in that space? What other resources are helpful for us to be able to tap into to ensure the sustainability of the NRIs? Why are these questions important? Because we are at a point where we've not exhausted the engagement and the conversations that we need to have with other stakeholders, with having and driving the multi-stakeholder discussions and engagements. Even if the internet governance forums are not decision-making, the collaboration in discussions and looking at policy and regulatory gaps at that level by all stakeholders is very important in capacity building and framing discussions that can go into other areas to ensure and sustain engagement and multi-stakeholder participation at all the different levels, at the local, national levels and regional levels, and cascading it from a bottom-up a multi-stakeholder engagement process. And so the floor, I think, is going to be open for us to have a conversation for the next few minutes. Our time is moving very fast, but if we can get your views for those who are here on what you think can be done to ensure sustainability and better planning for the both the local NRIs and the global IGFs. I think that would be important to hear views on. And so we will start with feedback and input from Jameson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. My name is Jameson Olufuye from the Africa ICT Alliance. I run contemporary consulting based in Abuja, Nigeria. I've been involved in the process for quite a while, and I'm happy with what we are doing. Thank you, the executive committee, for the great job. The ecosystem is gaining strength, year by year. There's no doubt about that. And we need to continuously enrich it. And we enrich it through various measures, expanding its structure and also funding mechanism. If you permit me to just recall back to a little to what we've discussed earlier. How do we get more funding? Yes, that is from the other sectors, business in particular. The business need to have a seat on MAG. As it is at the global level, at the local level, there should be a specific seat for the business as well, for the technical people, for the civil society. And then they should be followed up to make sure they are there. And once their interest is covered, there should be funding from that source, basically. An interesting development is that there has been call for sub-national IGF. There has some call for sub-national IGF. That is, apart from national, then even at the state level, local level. I recall I proposed this, I mentioned this at the IGF in Brazil, 2006. But I was surprised that I gained some traction. Some people have been asking me, how about the state level, is it allowed? How about the local government level, is it allowed? I say, yes, why not? The more we deepen the discussion, the better. And that brings me to the point my colleague there mentioned about sustainability. Can we continue the volunteering aspect of it? So we need to be looking at how to really empower the secretariat at the local level. So, and funding makes a lot of difference. That is why if we make it permanent, if it is renewed extensively at the global level, so whatever applies globally will apply at the local level. Funding at the global level will make the national government and the local government also say that they need to budget for it, provide budget. And bringing in the parliamentarians, the parliamentarians are the ones that will approve the budget at the National Assembly. So if we bring them in more closely, create a seat for them at the MAG, and make them to co-own the process, I think we'll continue to just move forward. So with that, we'll continue to strengthen the ecosystem going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jameson. We've got Chris online, who also has something to add.
I don't know if Chris Mondini, one of our EC members, would like to join in on this particular part, but if not, then we can go to the next speaker as well.
Okay.
Can I go?
Yes,
okay.
you can.
Thanks. This is Joyce speaking for the record. I'm not speaking with my EC hat on. I'm just speaking as a participant, as a follower, and as one of the sponsors as well for initiatives like the APR-IGF. And I really relate to this idea that we have really been doing all this on a voluntary basis and very much at a best effort kind of manner. Whatever available resources there are, and then just try your best to put on a good show. And I was just thinking, in terms of the additional resources required, I think we should also think from an operational point of view, the professionalization of all the different secretariats. I think that's really important. And I think, for example, the APR-IGF, not that I'm speaking on behalf of them, I'm speaking just as a participant. My observation is that because .Asia is the secretariat, they put in a lot of effort to make the event happen. And I'm not sure if many of the other NRIs have similar, very dedicated secretariats with the skills to put the event together, to kind of herd the cats of the whichever is your steering group, committees, etc. And it requires a lot of heavy lifting on the part of your secretariats. And so I think part of our discussion about resources is also to think about how we can leverage our secretariats better and how we can also resource our secretariats better. So that's my point of view. Thank you.
Amrita?
Thank you, Fiona. And just to take up from what Joyce said, Amrita, for the record, most of the NRIs are volunteer-driven. They do not have a secretariat. So if one person goes, the show kind of becomes shaky. So, building that leadership for sustainability is important. And many times, if you go to donors, many big tech, they do not understand the volunteer work which happens, that there is no, how is it structured? It's not legally registered somewhere. So it's very difficult for them to understand how volunteers work. And many from the people from the external audience do not understand this volunteer work, how passionately people work. So it also takes a lot of time to explain to them how it works. Many governments also, even for IGF, they find it very difficult that how volunteers come, contribute and go away. What is the interest? So it takes a lot of education. But Fiona, over to you. I know we are short of time.
We are running short of time. But I think also in the interest of being able to ensure sustainability and planning is improved, I like the idea of formalizing, because the truth is when a volunteer leaves, they pass away or they move on to something else, everything stops there. Those who, like the School of Internet Governance Europe has been run by our dear friend for the longest time. If she moved on to something else, who takes over from you? When you think about it, even the national internet governance forums are running that way. Is there a way that the multi-stakeholders can come together and formalize that process so that it's always a team that is working together to get things done, so that then we are able to ensure sustainability in the way we operate and run these forums, And when you think about it, I think that's the food for thought we should carry from this discussion and take home with us, because then it gives us something that we can be able to work on and think through and see how we engage to make it happen, and to make sure that the national and regional internet registries are sustainable. I have 2 minutes. I think we have 2 minutes for our session, and Andret has just stepped in, so I would want to give her an opportunity to add on to the discussion on sustainability and planning, and what we could do to improve on it. Thank you.
Okay. Andriette, if you need 1 minute to come back. Arsene, I'll just come to you. We may be thrown out of the room in 2 minutes' time. I'll give you half a minute. But before we end, we would like to take a group photograph. And from the IGF EC, we would also like to remember Nigel, who was our treasurer. We didn't do it early because most of the people were not here. We really miss him. He was an integral part. He managed our as a treasurer, and obviously many of you would know him in person. So, we would like to remember him also out here. Henriette, if you could speak, and then Arsene.
My apologies, everyone. Henriette Esterhuizen, I'm one of the executive. I'm sorry I couldn't be here. I think this is really just to share that we've been talking about how to strengthen the IGF, but particularly to strengthen national and regional IGFs, that the challenge that we should all try and tackle collectively is not just one about funding. The sustainability and the ongoing strength and impact of national and regional IGFs also requires them to be legitimate, to be inclusive, to be able to play a role at a national level that brings together interest groups and stakeholders that might not find it easy to work together, but that need to work together, and also to be able to have the systems, the critical thinking, the processes in place to give them that longer term sustainability. And ultimately, I think we all understand that in the long run, NRIs do need to be supported by their communities and by the institutions and organizations that come together through that NRI. And that's not something that happens easily. It requires a lot of relationship building as well. So that would just be my opening remarks. We have some ideas. We want your ideas. We want to hear how people feel about this way of thinking about sustainability, long-term sustainability and impact of NRIs, and then also to hear some ideas about what kind of activity and what kind of collaboration could help contribute to this longer-term sustainability. Does that capture what we've been talking about?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Henriette. Arsene, sorry, I don't think we will be able to take you because I can see 3 seconds and we've been told we need to close it. But please keep the conversation open. We'll keep these questions. Please write to us. And we would, if required, if you want, we can always have another discussion online. But thank you so much for joining us today, early morning. And we'll take a group photograph. Thank you. Okay, let's take a
welcome to the folks in the audience here in person as well as online. We're going to be discussing using digital platforms to promote information integrity. My name is Maurice Turner, and I'm on the public policy team at TikTok.
Hello.
Welcome everyone who's here in person as well as online. Welcome everyone who is here in person and online. My name is Maurice Turner. My name is Maurice Turner, and we're going to be discussing using digital platforms to promote information integrity. Again, want to welcome everyone here in person and online. And for our panel discussion, we're going to be talking about using digital platforms to promote information integrity. I have several panelists here, and I'd like to start off with a brief introduction to how we're facing this challenge at TikTok, and then I will get into introductions for our panelists, and we will jump right in to a back and forth that will also include Q&A from the audience. So if you have questions, please do make a note of them during this panel discussion, and towards the end, we will have microphones on both sides of the tables so that you can get up and ask your questions. I'm also encouraging questions from our audience online. So if you have any questions, feel free to go ahead and type those in, and we have someone monitoring that online discussion so your question can be asked toward the end of the session. At TikTok, we believe this conversation is important because information integrity itself is important, both to inspire our creators to promote credible information, but also to ensure that organizations are doing important work to amplify their own messages. We look forward to hearing more about organizations doing that work in our discussion later on today. At TikTok, we remain committed to using fact-checking to make sure that the content on our platform is free from misinformation. We partner with more than 20 accredited fact-checking organizations across 60 different markets. We do this work continuously to ensure that we are making sure that our platform is as free from misinformation as possible. And we also empower our users through media literacy programs to give them resources to recognize misinformation, assess content critically, and report any violative content. And now for our panelists. I'd like to go ahead and start off with introductions. Dr. Ahmed, he's a creator that produces content. We also have Eva from the Information Society, as well as Gisela from the UNHCR. As an icebreaker, let's go ahead and start off with the introduction. Dr. Ahmed, how would you like to introduce yourself and talk about how you produce content on TikTok?
Thank you very much for the introduction. So I'm Dr. Ahmed Izzat. I'm a surgeon in training doing general and breast oncoplastic surgery in London. I create clinical content and my focus is health news. And I also do lots of content strategy and campaigns. And one of the draws to being on a platform like TikTok is the force of good it can portray in the way that it's quite sensationalist, that if you get the balance right from a public health perspective, for instance, in the UK, there's been a heat wave. You can reach 1 million people, 500,000 people within less than 24 hours at zero cost, essentially, which is a massive gain, I find. So I think there's a massive power of good if it's harnessed well using evidence-based information.
And Eva, how do you use the platform?
At the Internet Society, we are really focused on a couple types of content. Educational. We work to help connect the remaining third of the world that's not online, and that can look like building infrastructure in one of the 181 countries where we have chapters. So a lot of it is educational, there's a lot of advocacy, and then there's a lot of community stories. So like, how do we demonstrate the impact that we're having in the world without making ourselves the center of the story itself?
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name's Gisela Lomax, and I lead UNHCR's capacity on information integrity. For anyone not familiar with UNHCR, and you might not be familiar because certainly this is my first time at the IGF, we're one of the UN's largest humanitarian agencies, tasked with protecting the world's refugees, forcibly displaced, asylum seekers. That's 123 million people now across, I think, 133 countries. So we're using social media in many sophisticated and extensive ways. It's vital, as Dr. Ahmed said, the reach is massive. One, to provide vital, life-saving protection information to communities, both in emergency contexts, protracted contexts, and the other is to inform the general public as well as specific audiences and stakeholders, including government partners, civil society, the private sector, about our work, to lift up the voices of our refugee partners as well, amplify communities, and to inspire. And I would say, as a kind of a little unknown fact, is that we were the first UN agency to create a TikTok account quite a few years ago now. And I think it's very interesting the way TikTok really seeks to make important information fun and entertaining, although that also comes with challenges, but I think we'll come to that.
We're also joined online by our panelist, Galib from the Red Cross. Would you please go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know how you are using TikTok?
Sure. First, apologies for making this panel hybrid again. And it's nice to connect even online. And hi, everyone. So I'm Galib. I'm the Marketing and Advocacy Manager of the IFRC, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, based in Geneva. How do we use digital platforms? Because we're also tackling different fields, different topics. So depending on the situation, it would be, let's say, different platforms. But usually the main use is, of course, for brand awareness to make sure that people know what we do, how we do it. We also use digital platforms, and this is a big part of the work, in crisis mode sometimes when, for example, we have a disaster, an earthquake, let's say, lately in Myanmar, or the situation also in Gaza or Iran. So this is more in crisis mode. Sometimes it's to share information. Sometimes it's to try not to have misinformation. I think we'll open also this topic more in detail in the next coming minutes. And sometimes we also use digital platforms for direct or indirect fundraising campaigns. So we're happy to be on TikTok. And I can recall working with the Red Cross, that was maybe back in 2017, where it was, we can say, the beginning of the platform. And to see where it is today, I think that's quite a great achievement.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and start us off with a specific question for Dr. Ahmed. How did you get your start on TikTok, and what are some of the ways that you achieve your goal of making sure that you're getting content out on the platform and out to an audience specifically related to STEM and equality?
So I think I'll share my journey because I think it's representative and it's an honest one. So when I first started my journey on TikTok as a medical professional and academic surgeon, I wanted to set up my content for actually very different reasons, which is trying to do stuff that's, seemingly for fun, lighthearted. But then I absolutely did not want to be that cliche medic who's creating content on medicine. But then it was too difficult to resist because there was such a need, and we are quite fortunate in the UK. There's a very nice and well-organizing climate of clinicians that create content. And then I had my first bit of content which went viral, and it hit 4.5 million views. And this was on infections in childhood. And at the time there was an outbreak. And then this was shared 156,000 times. And I thought, well, the UK population is, in the 60 plus million. 4.5 million is phenomenal. So from that point on, I actually really started to look into TikTok in a very different way, because the impact is so phenomenal. So that if there were outbreaks on, say, food poisoning, I've had agencies give me information but say, well, we can't disclose it publicly, just to try and govern misinformation, to try and help information. And so I shifted from a name that I had to begin with, which was a nickname, to actually moving on to using my real name on TikTok, which is to celebrate the whole and leverage the whole point of the fact that you should be held accountable for the medical information that you say. And I really do also see a massive shift in healthcare professionals and colleagues of mine who, to begin with, used to look at social media, TikTok, as a vanity project. But then now, government have been working with us, institutions that are verified, political organizations, to charities, to esteemed companies, because they see the value and the reach that you can have just by creating this content. But the really important bit, which is going to your point, how do you go about achieving your goals? TikTok, for example, has been fantastic in trying to balance freedom of information against integrity of information. And so we work together to set up the Clinical Creator Network in the United Kingdom. And it's through having some, microclimate of clinicians that are really there to do a force of good, but also using evidence-based practice in the same way that they would be accountable to the General Medical Council or whichever organization they're at, wherever in the world. I think that's the most important thing, because as a healthcare professional, you're not a lifestyle creator, meaning that if I was to buy a brand of jeans tomorrow and put it on my posts, no one would care. But if I was to suddenly pick up a brand deal to try and promote weight loss medicines, for example, which is an allure that we get every day, then this would absolutely decimate credibility. And so you really have to carry the responsibility extremely carefully as a clinician.
Now, a question that I get pretty regularly is, how do I make content that's popular on the platform? And I'm not the expert in that, so I'll leave it to others. But I think a related question is, what are some of the strategies that might be used to push out content that is actually trustworthy and credible, so that people on the platform are getting the information that they're looking for? Gisela, do you have any sort of a response for that?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I was going to add to how we use our strategies for social media platforms and digital channels. And I think first on the communications side, that's very much being creative. It's partnering with influencers and brands, uplifting refugee-led storytelling, using the facts but trying to put them across in an entertaining, educative way. So all of this good stuff to amplify refugee voices, spark empathy, drive action offline as well as online. However, the challenge, of course, is this is increasingly undermined and threatened by the growth of misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, these types of information risks. And so my role, and I used to work more on the communications side, and now I pay tribute to our communications colleagues and the social media team at UNHCR and at countries who do a fantastic job. My work now is on addressing these risks. So at UNHCR, we have this information integrity capacity and then field-based projects around the world in around 9 countries, basically developing a humanitarian response to disinformation and hate speech. We recently launched a toolkit. If you Google UNHCR information integrity, you'll find it, which has got practical tools, guidance, common standards on all of this quite technical stuff, such as assessing the problem and then different types of responses. And we really have tested a plethora of responses, and I can highlight just a couple, given the time. Obviously, there's continuing to fill the feeds with proactive, trusted, reliable, credible, accessible, multilingual, the list goes on, content and information, and working with with digital platforms, including TikTok, to try and get this content uplifted, because it often naturally isn't the sort of content that rises to the top of algorithms, and so those partnerships are key. But the other aspects are, how do we deal with a spread of, say, hate speech that's inciting violence, disinformation that's undermining humanitarian action, misinformation that's making people feel, more hostile or mistrustful of communities. And I'd like to highlight one quite exciting response. And if I may, a little plug. We have a really interesting project in South Africa testing the notion of pre-bunking. This is the inoculation theory way of trying to help societies and communities become more resilient to hate and lies in partnership with Norway, South Africa, but we've also benefited from some technical support from TikTok and from Google and from others as well. And we have an event where we'll be showcasing this on Wednesday at 2 o'clock, and my colleague Katie there in the pink jacket can tell you more. So that's a really positive example, but as you can see, it really runs the gamut, and happy to go into a bit more detail on some of those.
Golub, I'll pass it over to you. As marketing manager, what are some of the strategies that you use to get out that trustworthy information?
It's a very, let's say, timely question. It's an important one, not an easy one, because unfortunately we don't have today all the tools. Because if we look today at the environment of misinformation, let's face it, we have sometimes companies, farms in some places where their only goal is to produce misinformation. And usually it's very hard to fight against these in terms of resources, in terms of means, in terms of targets. So what we do, of course, internally is always check, double check, and check again the information we want to share, the information sometimes we want to react on, we want to comment on. I'll give you an example. It's been unfortunately the case in the past few weeks and months with the killing of PRCS, Palestinian Red Crescent colleagues in Gaza, for example, in Iran lately as well, where we had the Iranian Red Crescent colleagues killed in the latest attack. So first, checking the information, rechecking at local, at regional level is, of course, something that has to be done. We also rely on the experts in their own fields. Of course, we're the marketing, we're the social media team, but it's not us who make sometimes the call to a certain line, to a certain reactive line or key messages that we want to share. So relying on experts is really essential. And also the monitoring part, making sure that we try as much as possible to anticipate what could go wrong, to anticipate information that's going out and that could lead to a misinformation situation. So the monitoring part is also important. And also we are always trying to be, again, because it's not an easy battle, a step ahead in terms of being proactive. This would be, for example, by preparing reactive lines, by also trying to identify the different potential scenarios and be ready if and when it happens. So these are strategies that we put in place. Again, it's not an easy file. It's a very essential one, and we're putting resources. We're also, as much as possible, trying to train staff internally to avoid situations like this, because sometimes also this type of misinformation is triggered by a certain, let's say, tweet or information or post, be it on TikTok or other platform, that could also trigger a reaction, a comment that can cascade. So being proactive, training also staff is part of the different strategies. And let's not forget that the main objective of our communication is, of course, to be as impactful as possible. And we see this information as a threat, not only to the communication that we share on social media, but also sometimes to the credibility of the organization.
Thank you. Those were quite interesting strategies. Eva, what about you?
Kind of building on that, I think you have to bake expertise into the production process. Anything that you see on the social media platforms should be easily digestible, but it should be built on top of multiple layers of expertise and conversations and trust that we have across our community. You know, we do advocacy efforts in countries that I may never have visited, which means I'm not the person to create that. And so it should be labor intensive. I mean, dealing with these types of issues when we're creating them, when we want to be accurate, should look like a light lift, but actually, in fact, be a pretty heavy one. And that takes, I think, just incredible amounts of conversation and listening and being very online and seeing what others are saying. I mean, you have to be consuming a lot of information. Sadly, that includes coming across the disinformation if you're going to understand it and to understand how it's navigating the space. And the expertise also has to be credible because your audience doesn't want to be spoken down to. So when I say expertise, that is legal, that is technical, but it's also the people who are impacted by the, I mean, you touched upon, refugee communities. For us, it's about the credibility. People, we can all be led down a disinformation path, but I think people have a pretty keen sense of whether or not they want to listen to somebody, and credibility is built into that. So I think relationships, it's sort of the world that you inhabit in real life, how it manifests online is, I think, reflected into that work. So you just have to bake it in, and you have to have your work reviewed, and you have to be willing to produce things that maybe don't make it out into the world. You also have to be just willing to do your best and listen to others and make sure that by the time it gets out there, it's accurate.
I think that's so key in that, it takes the consumption of so much information and the recognition that not one single person or even one organization has all the expertise. So there's a reliance on other folks in the community and building those relationships so that you can get that information, distill it, and at the end of the day, put out a product that looks like it was easy to make because it was actually easy to understand. And there's quite a bit of work that goes into that. I'm sure all of us, not only on stage and online, and as well as in the audience, have come across challenges in information integrity. So I'd like to shift the conversation to hear more about some of those challenges that we face specifically, and then also how we were able to overcome those challenges. Dr. Ahmed, can you share a challenge that you faced and how you were able to overcome that in terms of information integrity, and maybe even an example where you weren't necessarily able to overcome it?
Yeah, absolutely. And some fantastic points here. And I think just to reiterate, one of the strong points of social media, especially short form social media, is that it can really reach those with lived experiences. And you are very much, there, very much accessible and very much accountable to the hundreds of comments you get. But of course, the disinformation sometimes is difficult to combat. Once it's out, it's very difficult, but you're almost on the defense, almost trying to defend an accusation. And sometimes it is an unfair footing because you can't go outside of the script of evidence. But I remember and this was working with, after a call by a Labour MP who, now they're in government, who had called out for why wouldn't it be perfect to do a campaign on the MMR vaccine because there was a rise, and TikTok responded and said, well, we'll do it. And then I fronted that campaign, and I remember we filmed up in the Midlands of England, in London, in different demographics of different ethnicities, backgrounds, etc. And I actually remember the disconnect between the reality, which was that many people were believing in the vaccination importance, but then this was after the backdrop of the COVID vaccination saga, where first of all, there was a time where these medicines were tested in Africa that created catastrophes in terms of the bringing back lots of bad memories around it, historical memories. But then you had lots of top-down, suited and booted officials telling people what to do. And that made things even worse. And the result was that the public health message has transformed forever, in that people really don't want to be expected to listen to officials telling them what to do. And this is where social media had risen. But then I received a massive backlash when I did the content on the MMR vaccine, and with very, very, very loud voices who are a very, very, very small minority spreading disinformation. And I think going back to what you've said, that if you build trust and people know that you are doing your best and understand your values over a period of time as opposed to just a one-off hit, then that tone starts to soften. And the other thing I would just say is, and I've had this conversation with very senior officials from another part of the world who said, well, you may say that your group of viewers are intuitive, but ours aren't. And this is another well-developed nation, one of the most well-developed and one of the richest. And I was actually saying it's exactly this mindset which sets us back. Actually, members of the public, regardless of what their understanding is, bearing in mind in the UK the reading age is about 6 or 7, the maths age is about 3 to 4, they are phenomenally intuitive. They can sniff out right from wrong. You just need to be able to explain that information in an easy and simple way. And the last thing I'd say, so I don't take up too much time, when you're looking at content quality, please don't look at followership, don't look at likes, look at engagement and quality of engagement in the comments and the type of content. Because if the content is high quality, it will deliver on engagement. I wouldn't worry too much about the followerships and the millions of views. It's about the quality of engagement.
Galib, can you share a particular challenge that you've faced and maybe offer some recommendations to the audience about how you were able to overcome them in this particular space?
Sure. Actually, to give us maybe an indication on the situation that we're dealing with and that sometimes we have to face, I believe, and maybe I invite also people, the audience, to maybe go on our digital platforms and also the digital platforms of maybe also other Red Cross and Red Crescent movement partners like the ICRC, and check the comments section. And this is where you would see how complex this environment is. Because today, unfortunately, we are moving, working, reacting, engaging in a very, very polarized world. And this is even more present because we are talking and our work is in war zones, conflict zones. So this is even more polarized. So misinformation is even more present here. So I think the challenge here is really the nature of what we're facing when we talk about misinformation. As I was saying previously, there are people whose work is only to create this type of misinformation and to feed it and to make it grow online. So sometimes the battle is not an easy one because the opponent, if we can call it so, of misinformation is an opponent with sometimes many resources. You have sometimes states behind it. So I think the challenge comes from here, the very polarized context and also the people who could be behind this misinformation. How we're trying to deal with this, again, is by sharing, cross-checking, and sharing, checking again the information before sharing it. Making sure sometimes also in very sensitive context, to anticipate what could be the risk. This is really very important to assess the risk before communicating. And although we are in a world on digital platforms, not only TikTok, where you have to be prompt, you have to be really fast in terms of reaction. One of my recommendations would be that sometimes it's better not to rush. You have to be prompt, of course, you have to be fast, reactive, but sometimes by taking the time to assess, to see how maybe a certain piece of misinformation is evolving online, the direction it's taking, it gives you maybe a better understanding of the situation and a better way to tackle it. So yes, being prompt and fast, but do not rush. It's a daily work. It's an ongoing work. It starts actually before the misinformation is shared. It starts with what we plan to produce, what we plan to communicate on in our statements, in our press release, in our interviews with the press. And again, it was mentioned in the panel, it's not only a social media team work, it's the work of the whole team in terms of expert on the legal side, on the métier side, on the different expertise. So it's an ongoing work, a daily work. And again, it's a complex one, and it's not an easy battle.
Thank you. And it seems that not only doing the work beforehand to prepare and have a process, but also having the confidence and the patience to be able to understand what you're going to be responding to is part of the strategy in responding to that challenge. Gisela, do you have a particular challenge related to information integrity that you'd be able to share with us and maybe some recommendations for how you're able to respond to that?
Thank you. And I like you say a particular challenge. There are many, but perhaps I could just highlight 3, but then there are some recommendations I can make as well. I think building off the points there that Galib just shared, I mean, the first is to say this is a very jargonistic term, this is multifunctional work. This is not just communications, this is protection, policy, operational governance. and communications. And so really it's getting that message across and then making sure these multifunctional teams are resourced. That's more of an internal challenge for how we address it. But I would say there's three very distinct challenges, and one is that protection challenge. Information risks such as hate speech and misinformation are directly and indirectly causing real-world harm. And I mean violence, killings, persecution. It can even be a factor in forced displacement, in causing refugees. In fact, as we saw in Myanmar back in 2016, 2017, when hate speech, which had already been circulating for some time, really exploded and had a decisive role in the displacement, I think, of 700,000 Rohingya refugees into Bangladesh, who are still there today. And then also on communities, it's normalising hostility towards refugees and migrants. So there's the problem, the harms over time, the very direct harms. That's on the community, the refugee side. On the operational side, it's increasingly hampering humanitarians from doing their job. And around the world, in conflicts, in Sudan, for example, or other places, disinformation narratives about humanitarians perhaps politicising the work, or can also erode people's trust. And trust is everything. And we know that trust can take years or decades to build and can be destroyed very, very quickly. And I think I recognise the importance of individual voices, and I think I celebrate what you're doing, Dr. Ahmed, and people like you, but let's not forget that we also need to help institutions remain trusted as well. If people can't trust public health bodies or UN entities, then we also have a challenge. And then a third, very more specific one is that of trust and safety capacities from digital platforms and tech companies. We have seen, to our dismay, a weakening of these capacities and perhaps less resourcing from some companies. And I would extend that, for example, to content moderation in less common languages. I think this is always a question I ask to all tech companies. Are you adequately providing content moderation in less common languages in these very volatile contexts where you don't actually have a business argument, you're not selling ads or making money, but your platforms are still delivering fundamental information? So there are three challenges. But onto a recommendation. I think we're sat here at an event designed to create international cooperation to solve these problems, so it's partnerships. And I think, speaking as a humanitarian, for us, it's increasingly building partnerships with tech, with digital rights organisations, civil society NGOs that bring in the skill set, expertise and knowledge that we don't have. And given a very dramatic and grave financial situation for the humanitarian sector, we're not going to have more capacity. So how can we partner, collaborate to bring in that knowledge, to test these responses, innovative, long over time, like digital literacy, more immediate for these kind of quite acute harms and conflicts. So my recommendation is to please talk to us. If you're academic, there are many research gaps and we can help give you access to try and fill those. Then we can take that research to inform strategies and policies. If you're a tech company, I've already mentioned some of the ways that we can help each other. If you're a digital rights, an NGO, I think there's many more. So that's both a recommendation and a plea from us, and that's what brings me here to Oslo this week.
Eva, I'd like to hear more about maybe more of the technical side of the challenges. What are some of the challenges that you're hearing about from the folks that you're working with, and how they're trying to tackle information integrity, and what are some of those recommendations that seem to have surfaced to the top?
You could boil the challenge down perhaps to one word, and that's time. If you're in the business of trying to disrupt or break something, you get to move at a much faster pace than if you're on the other side of that equation. So from a purely practical standpoint, that means, as comms people, leaning into the creative side of it. So how can we tell a compelling story on a timeline that mirrors, say, a news cycle? We did that with the proposed TikTok ban in the United States. That was a timeline for which this long, period of review did not lend itself well to. But we have the experts. They had already done the work. So my very qualified, fantastic colleague, Celia, went in and just plucked headlines from a blog post, designed it within seconds and put it out there. Not seconds, perhaps minutes. So it's knowing what resources are already there that you can act on, because I agree with what Gallup said, is that sometimes you have to wait, but there's also the aspect of it where sometimes you can't afford to, right? So the creative side of it, which is in and of itself interactive, but that's one way around time. The other way is simply doing the heavy lifting for your community, remembering that if you're the person whose job it is to create these things, you are not asking somebody. We work with volunteers essentially around the world, right? These are people with lives, with families, with jobs, often in challenging circumstances as well as less challenging circumstances. You know, it's my job, it's my team's job to try to ask as little of them, so that then when we do ask, they're able to actually jump in and help. But time. It's really labor intensive. It's not something that people are swimming in.
It seems like that's a poignant point to wrap up that part of the discussion. Time. It's a resource that no one quite has enough of, and as we heard earlier, there needs to be a balance of when do you find that right time. Do you do it fast? Do you wait to be more thorough, and what's appropriate for the response that you need given that particular situation? At this time, I'd like to go ahead and open up the time for questions from the audience. Again, we have microphones, so if you have a question, feel free to step up to the microphones on the side. If you're a little bit shy, that's okay too. You can just raise your hand, maybe pass a note to someone who might have a question. And if you're online, please do type in a question there, and we'll have that moderated as well.
May I? Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the panel. My name is Bia Barbosa. I'm a journalist from Brazil. I'm also a civil society representative at the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. Thank you for all the sharing of your experience producing content for TikTok, specifically, if I got it, or for social media in general, and how you face these challenges regarding information integrity. For us, as a journalist perspective, is something that is in our this is one of the most important preoccupation at this time. And I would like to hear from you, because regarding the challenges, I didn't see, besides Gisela mentioning the resources from trust and safety groups or teams from the social media companies, I didn't see many of you mentioning the threats that we have from the business model of the social media themselves. I think that is a big challenge for us, because in one hand, if you think that you have to produce better content, you have to look for a quality content, but I think that we have studies everywhere in all the parts of the world showing that the business models contribute of course, not all the platforms are the same, but they contribute to distribute this kind of content that we are dealing with, and we want to challenge somehow with information integrity. So don't you think that somehow regulating or changing, or the companies don't have their role as well in facing these challenges and promote information integrity, not only with partnerships with trusted flaggers or things or regarding content moderation, but changing somehow their business models and changing the algorithms? Because it's true, as you mentioned, Gisela, this kind of content is not to come naturally. It's not going to pop up in our feeds naturally, because there are technical and economic and institutional decisions that makes this kind of content to be shown to us every time and everywhere, and the engagement is going to respond to that. So I think that it would be important to hear from you that if you're struggling to produce better content, if the companies don't have their role as well to face these challenges beyond partnerships and support to small programs and things like that, but changing their business models. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I'll start with where we were at the beginning, which was that TikTok is committed to this important conversation, which is why we want to make sure that conversations about information integrity are being held at gatherings like this. We certainly support our users and our creators on platform to make sure that we reduce the amount of misinformation that's on platform. That's why we continue to partner with our fact-checking organization partners in the 60 countries that we have those partnerships. And as well, we have our community guidelines to make sure that everyone has the correct expectations about our view and our enforcement of any potential misinformation or deceptive information that's on platform. I'm happy to go into further details at a later time at our booth. If there are any other questions online, or perhaps in the audience, any questions for our panelists? Okay.
So I was just going to say on this point, just being a realist, ultimately, and thinking about policy, because I'm an academic also, and this is not about, I don't represent TikTok, nor do I represent any other social media platform, but in the real world, the responsibility lies on governments to make legislative law, and that law has not happened. So it's for NGOs and third sector and for lobbyists to lobby politicians to make that legislative change. Ultimately, it's not going to happen otherwise, because the problem is, going to what you said about the drowning out of information, there's just been a published study, and this was through access to back-end information about mental health in the UK, and it's been published from the University of Birmingham. And guess what? Young people do not, they want a degree of freedom in the information that's relayed, but the moment they think it's engineered or modified, and there isn't that freedom of information, they will stop using it. And that's the whole premise of social media. So and going just quickly to Gisella's point, I absolutely agree. I actually don't want to be the person creating content, because it's not sustainable. It is not, you don't want to rely on one person, because if I misstep tomorrow, for whatever reason, then that's detrimental to the community. But the problem we currently have, and this is why if any of you are interested, please do get in touch. Organizations don't want to engage, or they just don't have, they think that it's not a priority, or there isn't a budget to engage clinical creators in trying to gain their expertise, because ultimately you've got a 24-year-old hitting 10 million views a week. And so should we make that connect, then absolutely, in 5 years' time, I'd love to see all the organizations sweeping all of the content and the volume, but we need that engagement.
Just to say, I agree. Seriously, looking at information is protection as well. Sorry, that's a UNHCR term, but absolutely. I think the sweet spot, though, I do think you have to be creative. I think also being pragmatic. Attention spans are changing. The way people learn and consume information is changing, like it or not. And I speak as a mother of teenage daughters. And so we have to find that middle spot as well. And I think for us, again, I'm coming back to that word of partnership and collaboration, working with people who find creative ways to get across trusted and reliable information. But I do think, coming back to the issue of trust, though, that this is really imperative, and we don't have time to lose. And much as, strong regulation is vital, and well-balanced regulation, that takes time. Parliaments can't do this overnight, and at the same time, AI is evolving faster than the speed of light, and the human brain and how we react to information is evolving. So, and trust is being lost in this mix. And I think certainly tech companies have the ability to move way more quickly to address that as well.
Hello. It's a very small question of clarification for Dr. Ahmed. You said that high-quality content usually correlates with high-quality engagement. And I'm wondering what exactly distinguishes high-quality engagement, particularly for just an everyday user, say someone like myself who's not an expert in what you're an expert in. How would I be able to pick up that something is high-quality content because, or by virtue of its high-quality engagement? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my statement was more, I wouldn't judge the high-quality content by followership or views, but rather by the quality of engagement, meaning the microsystem that evolves through the way users will consume that information. And sometimes you can see that through the comments, for example, is a very good measure. But ultimately, starting anew, I think one way, and this is something that I personally use when I'm creating content, is that very much I'm traceable down to where I work, my professional attributions. And I don't worry too much about how many views I will get off of post. So whether I do the post and it gets 1,000 views, or I do the same post and it gets 1 million views, the ultimate goal is to deliver the consistency. And so as a creator, I need to understand what I'm trying to do. So in my case, my domain is health news, predominantly, which has a short time span. So this is what I would do. But equally, you can then identify me on LinkedIn and find out my qualifications and my attributes. There is, and this is where social media platforms can really make a difference, there should be an onus, and I don't think this needs law, where clinicians absolutely, to make any clinical content, and there are other social media platforms that are slightly far ahead in the game, to make it absolutely enforceable that to get that validation to be a health creator in that category, that you need to provide your credentials and qualifications. And I think that's something that's immediately translational. But there is a lot of responsibility on you as a user identifying and shopping around to know. Because also there are some clinicians that have, there are examples of clinicians who've got significant number of followers who were indicted in the federal states or federal government of the United States because of pushing agendas with industry in beverages, for example, and they were paid to create the content. And they, on paper, are extremely high quality. So there is an element there of you shopping around, but ultimately it's the clinical creator network that's been developed, and I think social media platforms are at a point that they have to differentiate based on qualifications. I do agree with you on that.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Feel free to step up to the microphone if you have one. Any questions from the online audience? Excellent. Well, what I'll go ahead and do is wrap us up. Feel free to engage with our panelists as we exit the stage and close out the session, or if not now, then go ahead and find them throughout the week. I think we had an interesting discussion in hearing about how these organizations that you all represent utilize the platform or utilize digital platforms to put out information, to push back against some of that misinformation that's out there. We also heard about some strategies for attacking the issue of the safety issue regarding information integrity. And we also heard some of the recommendations that came through as well. I particularly enjoyed hearing about those tensions that naturally take place between having to be viewed as experts, recognizing that you also rely on a network of expertise, so it's not just one individual or one sole organization, and also that tension between balancing that limited resource of time, so being very prompt, but also allowing time for that situation to evolve, to better understand how best to respond to it in a way that is not only authentic, but in a way that is also prompt, so that even when attentions might be shortened, that message can get out effectively. So again, please do join me in thanking the panel, and I'd also like to thank you all for joining this discussion, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your week at the conference.
Thank you.
number 4.
Good afternoon. My name is Leima. Welcome to this session. My name is Leima. I'm the Director of Media Innovation at the RNW Media. I'm also the coordinator for the IGF Dynamic Coalition on Sustainability of Journalism and News Media. Here is my colleague Insaf.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. My name is Insaf Ben Nassar. I'm the program lead at RNW Media. Thank you.
Here is today's agenda. I will do a brief introduction of RNW Media, and then we will have 2 guest speakers, and followed by AI user stories from our partners from Global South. And besides, we are going to also showcase the ethical AI checklist and facilitate a fishbowl exercise. So, if you can go to the next slide. So RNW Media is an international media development organization based in Haarlem, the Netherlands, dedicated to harness the power of independent digital media to uphold human rights and advance the public good. Our vision is open society powered by digital media, and our mission is that we support public interest digital media to champion human rights and advance the public good. So we work in more than 40 countries across Europe, North Africa, the Middle East, West and East Africa, East Asia, and Central and South America. So RNW Media, we also have a training center called RNTC. It was set up in 1968. So in the past 57 years, we have provided journalism and also media trainings to over 10,000 journalists, media makers, and also NGO professionals from over 110 countries. So what do we do? So we do 3 things. We co-create innovative and local relevant digital media learning solutions that drive reach and engagement and impact. We facilitate strategic media coalition, partnership, and movement building. We conduct evidence-based advocacy for sustainability, sustainable media funding, and also tech platform accountability. So basically, we are focused on 2 themes, media variability and information integrity. For the media variability, we support public interest media to deploy ethical digital transformation, develop innovative business model, provide professional capacity building, and facilitate media coalition partnership building, so we can ensure public interest media in Global South, they can achieve the financial independence and also editorial freedom. So for information integrity, we address the growing challenge of information disorder by rebuilding the public confidence in information ecosystem. Our initiative included digital inclusion and universal connectivity, tackling misleading malinformation, supporting local journalism to amplify truth in community, and safeguarding digital safety and well-being. We're also working on 3 cross-cutting themes, including ethical technology and AI deployment, democratic discourse on gender, and also promoting inclusive migration narrative. So as I introduced, RNW Media, we are a service provider. We provide 9 different types of service to UN agency, to global and local governmental and non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, universities. So we have over 50 solutions supported by our ISO 9001 certification across ethical AI and emerging technology, digital safety and accessibility, journalism, digital media, and so on. And there is a table at entrance, and you can find our flyers of our solution portfolio if you want to have a look. So what is our impact? So together with our partners, we reach 500 million people every year, and mainly young people from Global South. And we have almost 350 million social media reach in 2024. And 91% of audience report knowledge and attitude change. And 79% of audience report significant behavior change. And as I said, we have provided journalism and media trainings to over 10,000 alumni globally. And we have 91% of partner satisfaction rate. And also 94% of our alumni reported a positive career change. So I think there is one thing I want to mention is in the past 3 or 4 years, together with our partners, we successfully advocate for Meta to change their content advertising and also moderation policy. Last but not least, I would like to present you an international initiative from us called Harlem Declaration. You can find a copy also at the entrance on that table. So it is an international collective commitment to promote ethical AI in digital media and champion AI for advancing inclusive, safe, and reliable digital space. It was born in the city of Haarlem, a city known for the digital innovation in the Netherlands. And it was created with together 88 public interest media from Global South, and also experts from 34 countries. It was it outlines 6 ethical values and principles, and also 6 tangible actions, including an ethical AI checklist. So this checklist will be the center for today. So it was endorsed by 16 media outlets, CSOs, and academic organizations. I would like to encourage you guys to talk to us, and if you want to join in this international commitment, international movement, please sign your name and reach out to us. Okay. So as an organization based in the Netherlands, it would be nice to get to know what's the vision and the positioning of the Dutch government on information integrity, digital governance, and AI. It is my honor to present our first guest speaker, Mr. Ernst Norman, the Ambassador for Cyber Affairs from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So, Mr. Ernst, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lei, and it's always a pleasure to be together with the RNW Media in an event. And I really can recommend also, if you have ever a chance to be in Haarlem or the Netherlands, to go and visit their offices. It's in a beautiful building, which was before a prison building, but right now a center with lots of activity and startups, and of course RNW Media. So please take the opportunity if you have a chance to visit them. Now, on the information integrity, for us, information integrity online is an essential for promoting enjoyment of freedom of expression, which includes the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas. This is why we started in 2023 with the Global Declaration on Information Integrity together with Canada, which was signed by 36 countries. With this approach, we try to formulate a positive agenda on information online, rather than just talk about banning or debunking disinformation. Now, what do we see as the main elements for information integrity? First of all, human rights should be at the core of your policy on this. You must uphold the freedom of expression, opinion, and access to information as fundamental rights. You must ensure measures to protect information integrity, which comply with international human rights laws, and especially with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And for that, you have to have also legal and regulatory measures in place. You have to implement appropriate laws and platform governance aligned with privacy and human rights obligations. And at the same time, you have to avoid restrictive laws that infringe on digital freedoms. I think the DSA Act from the European Union is an excellent example on how the EU tries to cope to do this. And on AI, it's important to manage emerging technologies responsibly and monitor and regulate generative AI and emerging tech through multi-stakeholder dialogue. And you have to ensure any response are appropriate, proportionate to risk, and uphold international law. And again, I mentioned the EU with the EU AI Act as an example, how we have tried to do this. Indeed, also through a multi-stakeholder approach, trying to hear to all the insights and voices from the different partners in the digital community. An important part further is to promote diversity and media pluralism. And we have to support independent, pluralistic media and diverse content, including local languages and cultures. I think local languages to promote that is also an extremely important part, will be in the WSIS discussion. We have to safeguard journalism and access to credible information to counter disinformation. Another point is to strengthen digital and media literacy. And I think this is also where RNW Media comes in with their experience in this field. We have to invest in civic education to empower individuals to critically assess online content. And we have to build society resilience against misinformation and online harms. And further, we have to protect vulnerable and targeted groups. Unfortunately, very relevant today, this subject. We have to address disinformation that targets women, the LGBTI groups, individuals, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and other marginalized groups. And further, we have to embrace a multi-stakeholder approach. We have to collaborate with governments, tech companies, civil society, academics, and experts. I always say multi-stakeholder approach is not a religion. It is there because we believe in it, because it created the internet as it is today, and will further the resilience of the internet and the plural approach of the internet. And we have to share knowledge and craft better informed responses to information threats. And we have to foster global cooperation. We have to promote digital inclusion and freedom through partnerships and global fora like the Forum on Information and Democracy. And we have to encourage cross-border knowledge, sharing and joint actions. Another important point is to ensure algorithmic transparency and accountability. We have to disclose how the algorithms rank, recommend and suppress content in user-friendly language. We have to implement oversight mechanisms to ensure responsible algorithm use. We have learned a hard lesson in the Netherlands with the social security program, which harmed large groups in society. That's why we created an algorithm registry, which also includes a human rights assessment for new algorithms being introduced by the governments. And it's now really almost close to 1,000 algorithms have been registered, and we also encourage now the private sector to register their algorithms. So I think it's a strong example how we work together within the government, but also with the private sector, to be transparent on the use of algorithms. And we have to further to safeguard political and electoral integrity. Last year was the year with the most elections in history, and a lot of discussion was, of course, on the use of AI and influence the elections. So we have to develop clear policies for political and issue-based ads to protect democratic processes. And we have to support transparency in content moderation and appeal mechanisms. And final point I would like to make is to promote trust and integrity. We have to fight monetization of disinformation. We have to ensure content governance is ethical and transparent. And we have to partner with academia and civil society to identify trustworthy sources and create tools for users. As I said before, the Netherlands sees the European Digital Services Act as an important step in taking action in order to achieve information integrity and addressing harmful content online, while protecting freedom of expression. And we are now working with the Freedom Online Coalition, its 41 members and the advisory network, and the OECD to develop this work on information integrity further. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Ernst. Okay, and we should have another speaker from GFMD, but Laura is not here yet, so we will skip this part. So, but I will encourage you guys to check the GFMD website, the Global Forum for Media Development. They are doing amazing work. So let's move on. We already heard about the story from the Netherlands, and let's switch our focus to more countries from Global South. So Insaf, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We were supposed to have three partners, but unfortunately, one of our partner will not be able to make it due to the current crisis that is happening in the Middle East. He's literally stuck at an airport. So we're very pleased to have two partners of us with us, one in person and the other one online. I'm pleased to introduce Taysir Matlouthi, the EU Advocacy Officer at Hamle, the Arab Center for the Advancement of Social Media. Hamle is a leading non-profit organization advocating for Palestinian digital rights and working to create a safe, fair, and free digital space. So welcome, Taysir. And online, we have with us, joining us, Sanskriti, the president of Juva, a youth-led organization from Nepal that empowers young people to lead on gender equality, SRHR, and civic engagement. I would like to double-check with the technicians if our online participants also have access to the mic to participate, to make that possible for us. Thank you so much. I will start with Taysir. Could you please share a little bit more about the very important and wonderful work, amazing work that Hamle is doing, and more about the organization and the work indeed?
Yes, thank you very much. As you already said, Hamle is a Palestinian digital rights organization. We are based in Palestine, in Israel, but also in different regions in Europe and in the United States. One of the most important works we're doing is platforms accountability, especially in conflict-affected settings, and how when a conflict happens now, war is not only offline but online as well. So we've been working mostly on content moderation issues, especially after October 7th, how specific platforms such as Meta have been modifying their internal policies and have been taking down many content of Palestinian content creators, but also journalists. And we've been advocating for the fact that those accounts being taken down, the content being censored, is obviously against freedom of opinion and expression, but also international humanitarian law and international human rights law. So we've been also working on the use of AI in digital warfares, how generative AI can lead to digital dehumanizations, especially the dehumanization of the Palestinian people, and how AI also can be used as a weapon of war, especially when it comes to identification tools that are being used by different armies to target potential people within the Gaza Strip.
Thank you very much. And online, Sanskriti Pandai, can you... yeah, thank you very much. Sanskriti, would you like to please introduce the work that you're doing?
Hello everyone, my name is Sanskriti Pandey. I'm from Yuva. So we are an organization that is completely youth-run and youth-led. So Yuva is based in Nepal. So our three thematic core areas are active citizenship. That basically means we are connecting young people to their civil rights and making them know their rights and everything. Then the second theme we have is sexual and reproductive health and rights. And the third theme we have is research unit that basically supports these two thematic cores, areas that we are focusing on. So we have our advocacy that is very evidence-based, and yeah, so that is the work we do, and we focus on youth empowerment.
Thank you very much, Sanskriti. And do you use AI tools in the work related to digital media?
Yeah. So we have a small team in our group. So there's not many communication team who can have a dedicated, Photoshop, illustrators. So we do use AI, but just as a tool. We don't completely rely on it because we do work on sensitive issues, sensitive topics. We're trying to bust myths about abortion, sexual and reproductive health and rights, which is quite taboo in Nepal. So we are using AI just as a tool. We use like ChatGPT, we use Canva, which is like Canva AI tools, and then we use Grammarly for that. Yeah.
And Hamla, how are you using AI tools in the work?
Yes, so at Hamle, when we talk about ethical AI, and especially in our context of conflict-affected setting, the main challenge we face with generative AI are algorithmic biases, because most AI tools that we are currently using are being developed within the northern hemisphere and are not understanding and grasping all the issues we're facing within our context, but also all the cultural aspects and different languages. So at Hamle, we've been working on our own AI models that are designed to classify hate speech and violence on social media platforms and different chat platforms in 2 different languages, Hebrew and Arabic. And those models are really unique because they are built on words, terms, definitions, and data labeling that reflect the specific region we live in and countries we work on. So narratives are contextualized and identities are also defined within their intersectionality, rather than relying on generic or externally imposed standards. So we are really using ethical AI as a localized approach, which is very crucial for creating more inclusive AI systems that really understand the nuances of global majority communities, especially in areas where big tech's content moderation tools unfortunately often fail.
So you do have discussions in your organization about the use and how to use AI ethically and mindfully in the work that you're doing?
Yes, we do. And we don't do it only under the umbrella of freedom of opinion expression. We also do it around the environmental impact of AI. So when we build our own tools, especially these AI models for content moderation issues, we've been focusing on what we call weak AI systems that are LLMs, but that are not obviously very big processors, which means that although the training part of it could lead to a lot of water consumption, we also take into account the fact that when we use this AI tool now, obviously it's way less than a tool such as ChatGPT or bigger LLMs that we're currently using in our daily lives. But also we take the aspect of freedom of expression and opinion and how it is important, although as a Palestinian organization, to take into account all the disparities and the differences within the Hebrew language to grasp all the content that could be considered as harmful and hateful in Hebrew, but also in Arabic. So we are also trying to have this balance, focusing on both sides of the war and how harmful content could come from both parts. Obviously, we also take into account the anonymity of the content we're using, so we're not trying to do profiling, or we're not trying to identify the sources. We're mostly using the data as anonymized tools, and we don't at all share the information around sources. And obviously, the last part is that our tool is not open source, but we would like to have it open source later on, obviously because we want other NGOs, other contexts being able to use the same systems within their own context, within their own languages and issues.
Thank you very much. And Sanskriti, do you have deliberations in your organization about how to use AI more ethically? in the work that you're doing?
Yeah. So we have quite long discussions about it because it's a new tool for us and everyone has been using it quite frequently in the individual level, organizational level. So we have had this conversation multiple times on how we should do it ethically, and especially when we are working with so many stakeholders, the data, especially working around sexual and reproductive health and rights, we have to be very mindful of how and where we are using the data, we are not exposing the names. So we have had that conversation, and I agree with the previous speaker, like the water use and everything. Like even globally speaking, it is estimated like in 2027 we will be using 4.2 to 6 trillion, right? Yeah, liters of water, which is huge. So the environmental impact is really huge. So we are trying to make it as ethical as possible. There's always a human touch. There's always biases, and especially when we as an organization are trying to deal with biases, stereotypes, and if we are using AI completely and depending on it without our own human touch, it makes it quite difficult to do the work we're doing very ethically because of the language they have used, because of how they've presented, what kind of views are being like narrated in like the general source, right? A lot of things are generalized. So we have this conversation when we should use it. When because I feel like AI is like the new way of life. So it's like if we don't use it, there's a lot of resource constraints as a small NGO. So we are somehow forced to use AI, but if we don't, like, it's hard to maintain, right? But we do like maintain the authenticity. We label it and be like, this is AI generated, this is where we took our source from. Even if we are getting any information from our AI, we double check it because we don't want to spread any misinformation. And then the content guidelines, so we don't have a very proper guideline, but we have vetted our like communication team to be very mindful. However, it's quite tricky in UR because not just the communication team, we have our local youth partners as well, youth champions, which are in different parts of Nepal. So they all have social media users to promote their content, their work they have been doing in their own places, and we give them complete control over how, like, what they want to post, what they want to promote. We look at it, but like they have that or not autonomy of posting their work in however way they like. So it's very hard to internally control everything. So that has been quite challenging, but the discussions are obviously there, but we don't have a framework yet, like what should be done or what we shouldn't do. But video generation from AI is non-negotiable for us because we know how much damage it causes to the environment. But using it when we are having blocks and then AI like Grammarly and then ChatGPT is like quite oftenly used. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of challenges indeed. What kind of support would help your organization, implement it in an ethical way? Sorry. For you,
Yeah.
Sanskrit.
Yeah, so I think it would really help if we have literacy trainings and, like we said, if there are better alternatives, right? So we would be, it would be very helpful if we are aware of it. Like if there is the same thing, like we can also keep prompt and like have the idea generation. But if there is a better like alternative to ChatGPT, we would love to know. And then toolkits like the what should be done, what is ethical, which is not good. We may not know what we're doing is like causing harm. So if we had that toolkit, we can also transfer it to the young champions we are like giving, because we often have like orientations for them, how to make content and everything. So we can also integrate how they should be using it ethically, like the AI ethically. We cannot control an individual like act, but what we can provide is like these trainings, these guidelines, and then have our communication team do their best to moderate it. So I think those are the things that would really help. And also when we are doing art competitions, it was very hard because digital art also also we need to accept. And then, which is very like, if we just don't review digital art, it's unfair for the participant who have put so much time and effort. But right now, we don't know whether it's AI generated or not, right? So it also becomes tricky at those times. So if we had a way to verify, like, what is AI generated, which is like authentic, so that would also help a lot. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And for Hamla.
So when it comes to Hamle, we are taking the ethics by design strategy. So we really want AI to be designed ethically from the beginning, and we don't want regulations either at the local, regional, or international levels to only try to regulate the risks that are already taking place with AI. So according to us, what is important is obviously investments around AI literacy, but also AI within the education. We need more people being trained and educated in the use of AI within global majority countries. And we need people who kind of take a sort of a very holistic approach when it comes to AI to decrease as much as possible algorithmic biases. So we need people who understand the different contexts. We need AI tools that take into account the small languages without prioritizing northern hemispheres languages. We also consider that it's important to push for more AI models and LLMs being developed within the global majority countries and by people who understand their own context and communities. Obviously, we do consider that AI could have a huge potential and could maximize the benefits for human rights principles, but at the same moment, if we produce what we already have, we might face some issues in the next years as well. So global majority countries should take also the lead when it comes to AI projects and implementation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if that was an AI-generated baby sound, but because I don't see a child, but I can definitely hear it. Oh, yes, there. Thank you very much for sharing your experience and the work and the goals that you have when it comes to the use of AI in an ethical way. I was looking in the audience. If Laura was already amongst us, I would like to invite you to the stage. Thank you very much. No? And if we can have access to the PowerPoint, again, showing it in the background. Yes. Thank you. Laura, the floor is yours.
Well, I wanted to first introduce, for those who don't know GFMD, we are a network of more than 200 organizations working to support journalism, media development organizations too. RNW Media is one of our members. And we are working together to protect and promote media freedom and support journalism worldwide. So we do this through collaboration, knowledge exchange, and coalition building, both with our members, also other partners. I'm happy to see also Hamlet here. We've worked with them a lot on EU media advocacy. We have also this informal coalition. And what we want to make sure is that our community is represented and it's actively engaging into these key policy discussions on digital governance, for example. So we want to bring their knowledge, expertise, and recommendations, especially because policies on social media or AI are developed and deployed in ways that uphold media, like we want them to uphold media freedom, editorial independence, and human rights, because otherwise our voices are not in those discussions. As I was saying, one of these examples is, for example, the EU Media Advocacy Group. We work on the EU Digital Services Act, also the AI Act a bit, and also the European Media Freedom Act, which includes also protections online for media journalism and also against surveillance. We're also, and in more of a global level, we're engaging with the UN in the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, which also has a section on AI, and now, for example, on the WSIS Plus 20 review. In the context also of the IGF, I think it's very important to mention that we are the Secretariat. Also, Lei is one of the co-coordinators, newly elected co-coordinators of the Dynamic Coalition on the Sustainability of News, the Dynamic Coalition on the Sustainability of News, Media and Journalism. We've just launched a report. I think we have the QR code, or if not, we can share it afterwards, on how AI also affects to the sustainability of journalists. And there's a lot of case studies there, so I really would like to encourage you to read it. It's here. We have the printed copy. I was just in the session presenting also this. We have also Shuravi. And all these activities, so what we really want there is to strengthen this presence of the journalist voices in these digital governance discussions, because this is not a niche issue. It is essential for the future of democracy, for the access to information, freedom of expression, and inclusivity and accessibility. And in the meantime also, we know that rising expenses, and I think it was also, it's mentioned in the report, but it was also being mentioned there, the rising expenses of the cloud computing, AI tools, big data infrastructures are threatening the future of the public interest journalism, and also the impact that can have when at the moment when our democratic future is at risk. So among these also collaboration efforts on shaping these policies, we have also practical alternatives. We just launched the Journalism Cloud Alliance, which is a joint initiative with OCCRP and other 33 members that through collaboration, collective action, and via strategic partnerships aims to make these services, these AI tools, this cloud-based infrastructure and services more accessible, secure, affordable, and sustainable for the newsrooms worldwide. So that would be a bit of overlooked of our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. And unfortunately, this session is overlapping with another session. That's why the Dutch Cyber Affairs Ambassador already left. But he is going to stay here for several days. And so if you can meet him and reach out to him if you have any questions. So I will say let's move on. And I prefer to leave the last 17 minutes to my colleague Surabi, who will share our ethical AI checklist. And also, we really want to in working with you on this ethical AI checklist. Yeah, Surabi.
Yes, thank you, Lei, and apologies for not being here earlier. I was, as Laura mentioned, in a session with her, which was also overlapping. But yeah, I'm sure my colleagues have already shared a bit about the Haarlem Declaration, and you can find a copy of it at the back table, and you can have the QR code to actually look at the whole of the document. But I wanted to talk a bit about our approach to AI as RNW Media, where we center people over technology and people over AI, and hence we call it the AI-supported approach. And I'll also mention a bit, as highlighted by our partner organizations, the need for an ethical AI checklist, a reflection tool that gives you a pathway of what happens next after you have this document with guiding principles and values. So if we can move to the next slide. Yes. So as I mentioned earlier, we are interested in more assisting people with AI technology rather than replacing people with AI. And of course, the job loss and the replacement of roles in the future, not so future, by AI is a pressing concern. But as much as it's important, I think it's very relevant to also understand the importance of AI, of human oversight and human agency, especially when it comes to newsrooms and media organizations and journalists, and how important it is to have human agency and human element in everything we do along the workflow of media work. And hence, it's very important for us that we pay attention to the assistance part and also support part rather than automation. So maybe I can, yeah, sorry. Yeah, and I wanted to take you through also, I mean, ChatGPT came around in 2023, so it's also been a big learning exercise for us internally as an organization on what it has meant to use AI tools. And this provides a bit of a glimpse of what we have been doing over the last 2 years in terms as a media development organization, internal learning and processes, and creating our own repository of understanding on what these AI tools actually mean in practice. And this has come in many different forms, both internally through the lens of actually using and experimenting some of these AI tools to understand how they work in practice, what are their limitations, how well do they integrate in our current workflows, but also developing our own understanding collectively about different facets of AI. So part of it is learning about what actually is artificial intelligence, what is algorithms, what is this whole new jargon of terminology that's become quite normalized now, but also what are the ethical and problematic implications of using these tools if we leave human oversight or agency outside of the workflow dependent on AI. We have also been talking to our partner organizations around the world, especially in global majority, global South countries, where we work with a lot of independent media, public interest media outlets, with civil society organizations like you heard from Nepal, but also digital rights organizations like Hamle, where we are talking to them about how they're using AI, and not just using, but also how are they thinking about the ethical implications of using AI tools, what are their concerns and apprehensions about these tools, as well as how do they envision we can provide and offer more support. And part of the user stories is documented in the report that Laura referred to, where several partner organizations have highlighted the importance of talking about the ethical attributes of using AI tools. And the learning continues, of course, so this is not an exhaustive list, but this is just to indicate that we are very interested in continuing our learning as an organization, but also with our partners, but also with various different stakeholders to develop solutions. So for instance, looking at AI in journalism, but also taking the next step in terms of we have a blueprint in terms of our guiding principles, but then how do we implement them in practice? And I think both Tessir and Sanskriti highlighted that in their presentations. So Harlem Declaration, as I mentioned, is a blueprint for us in terms of our ethical guidelines that we would like to commit to in practice. And these are the 6 guiding principles for us. So they range from ethical data practices, securing and restoring information integrity, understanding explainability of AI tools, but also looking at the broader environmental implications, which I think often is left outside of the ethical considerations, but is becoming fast an important element as we read more about the data centers, but also some incredible investigative journalism being done on how these data centers are being built in communities that are already impoverished and marginalized around the world. As I mentioned, we have this Harlem Declaration, so the question was, what next? How do we really think about now translating these principles in practice? And I think an important element for us was to understand what is it that we would like people to do with an ethical AI checklist. Now, we have all used checklists in different ways. They can be boring, they can be tiring, they can feel unnecessary and burdensome. So that's an important attribute of how do we also prevent checklist fatigue, and I'll come back to that in a bit. But really the key elements we want to look at are understanding what are the ethical implications, having some real practical things to look at as we work through our everyday tasks with media organizations. Having reflection points to discuss and deliberate over these aspects. And then also document some of these challenges and continuing conversations, because these are often ethical dilemmas that we will not resolve in one go. So how do we keep coming back to them, and how do we evolve with these discussions over time with our teams as well as at individual level? And I have some examples here, and I will skip because I do want to continue to the guiding questions, and I would love to hear from the audience here. But this is just some examples in terms of how could you implement something like a toolkit like this in, let's say, a local newsroom in India that's trying to do news or storytelling in local languages. And a part of it, this is to highlight that this needs to begin from the very beginning, right? So it's not when you are already doing content production that you start thinking of AI, but you start thinking about AI tools at the very beginning of the planning and setup stage. And this includes, for example, understanding what AI tools to use. And that itself can be several days of deliberation, but that brings forward questions of who is building these tools, where is the funding for these tools coming about, what are the ideologies that are shaping the development of these tools, and what are the financial attributes, aspects of pushing these tools into the market? How do we understand the labor rights issues behind development of these tools, as Karen Howe in her latest book on Empire of AI calls it disaster capitalism? How do we really look at all of these attributes to make the decision whether the tool that we're even planning to use is ethical or responsible in its development? And these are quite big questions, and we often may not have the time and resources enough to actually discuss these questions in detail. But this is just to guide that the idea of checklist is not just to check off certain things and then move on, but really sit with some of these discussions and reflections and think about, are we making the most responsible decisions as media organizations or as civil society organizations when we are trying to use these tools? Because we also work with media makers who are content creators online, and they're on Instagram and TikTok. Another example could be, how do we understand the production of content for social media channels? How do we look at understanding both publishing aspect but also production aspects? Are we talking about transparency with our audiences in terms of an AI-generated content? I think Sanskriti mentioned in her presentation that it's often hard for young people to tell whether a content piece is AI-generated or not. Can we bring in that ethical AI checklist framework to understand how transparent can we be to our audience? Can we claim that certain part of this was generated through AI? How much transparency is needed? And what happens after that transparency is accorded to the audience, right? So because they know that it's AI generated, does it help them to actually consume that information more meaningfully? Does it help them to make the right decisions around whether the information is accurate, reliable, fact-based? So I think a lot of those layers and nuances need to be delved into when we are thinking about this checklist as well. Sorry, I'm not. Yeah. So some of the challenges, and the slide is cut off for some reason, but okay, this works. So as I mentioned, some of the challenges that come about if you are implementing a checklist like this, as I mentioned, checklist fatigue. I think we've all been through this in our own organizations. There are a lot of, they might be considered a bureaucratic hurdle. You might just want to move past it in a rushed manner. So how do we address that? Also thinking about the resource constraints. We work with a lot of media organizations who are working under really narrow timelines, very restrictive funding and restrictive settings. Do they have the time to really think through and implement this checklist in the first place? The nature of evolving AI technology. I mean, we all know that AI is evolving exponentially, and so a checklist really needs to be considered as a living document. It cannot be a static thing that we plan to use even 2 months from now, for instance. So these are some of the challenges I think that we will need to keep coming back to, and with our organizations internally think about how do we address them to really make sense of and ensure that we are using this checklist in the best way possible. So we wanted to do a fishbowl activity, but since we are running out of time, we had some guiding questions, and this is something that we would like to open the floor to the audience, and think about in your own work if you are implementing a checklist, whether it may be related to AI or another. What have been some of your own learnings around it? How do you ensure that there's a buy-in from the organization to use a checklist like this? Do you use certain kind of incentives? Are you using certain processes to document whether this checklist is being used efficiently? Is it really effective for people and your colleagues in the organizations you work in? And yeah, these are some guiding questions, but if something else comes to mind, I think this is really the point we would like to hear from you as well. So I don't know if there are any quick reflections or ideas or thoughts. How do you like the idea of another checklist?
Yeah, sometimes I feel that having a checklist. Sometimes people maybe they are too busy on their daily work. They actually will not use it. But some checklists can be really how to say that is starting from something really small, right? I remember I learned from somebody that you need to stop saying thank you to ChatGPT. A lot of people still saying thank you to ChatGPT. Okay, I'm looking at the audience, so if there is no one, yeah.
Maybe if, I could, not to put you on spot test here, but if you have any reflections on how do you create a buy-in within the organization to use a checklist like this?
Yeah.
I think that you raised an important point when you said that it could be seen as a very bureaucratic process. So it's mostly around how we can make it, first of all, compatible with the capacity that we have within the organization, but also being included within our reporting and our workload. So it's not something that we just do in addition to our work, but is really part of the process. But obviously, I think that everyone needs to be included within the process. So obviously, that's something difficult to put in place. But what I learned when it comes to ethical AI and the use of AI is that sometimes we have a very, very narrow idea of how we can use it and how we use it personally. But you need conversations. You need to be able to sit with your colleagues, with other organizations, with different stakeholders to really take into account and understand how AI can be implemented and used, and also obviously the risks that could evolve from the beginning to the moment it's implemented. And also, as you said, this is a process that should be always, it's not something that you finish. That's always a process that we have to do every couple of months, maybe every year, because the risks of AI are changing. But that's a huge issue. How can we take that into account within our work without putting too much burden, especially when it comes to global majority local organizations? We don't have that much capacity. How you just reorganize the workforce that you have as well. Those are really important questions. Otherwise, this will be expelled like another bureaucratic process to be done.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tessie, for that. And we have a question, I think, from our online audience. Any reflections from our online audience at this point? No? Okay. So yeah, I think we're running out. We just have a minute, or not even a minute. I think we have 10 seconds, so I will move on. But this is just to say that if you would like to keep in touch with us and think along with us on how do we co-create and implement this checklist tool, please get in touch with us. Our business cards are also at the back table. Also, do check out the Harlem Declaration. Read through it and consider endorsing it, especially if you're a media organization or you work with media outlets who are using AI in their own work. But I think that's a wrap from us then. And thank you so much for joining us. And if there are any questions, we'll be happy to take them.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Welcome, everyone. Great. My name is Israel Rosas. I'm with the Internet Society, part of the team working on the WSIS Plus 20 review, our efforts of advocacy in the... all the mics are open, by the way, just for you to be aware.
Channel 4.
Yes, Channel 4. So we are going to start with this session. For those of you familiar with the WSIS Plus 20 review, this is going to assess the implementation of the outcomes of the World Summit on the Information Society 20 years after the adoption of these outcomes. Part of the process, in general, the process is going to be led by two ambassadors, one from Kenya, one from Albania. And the process should end with a high-level declaration to be adopted in the middle of December in the high-level meeting of the WSIS Plus 20 review. For reaching that point, the co-facilitators have released something called an elements paper last Friday. That elements paper contains the earliest indication of the areas of focus, concern, attention of the WSIS Plus 20 review. So we are here to discuss briefly our quick take on the elements paper, some areas of interest for us. We are going to have also a space for you to share your thoughts. There are a couple of mics on the side of the room. We are going to have some space for the audience to participate. And there's also a couple of QR codes where we are going to gather your input on the elements paper. And for that, we have here Valeria Betancourt from APC, Jennifer Chung from .Asia, my colleague Mona Gabala from the Internet Society, Fiona Alexander on his personal capacity, Jorge Cancio from the Swiss government, and Roman from the IETF. So just to have everything on time, we're going to start with this brief recap of the elements paper. For those of you who are not familiar with the process, we are going to be sharing some links on the elements paper, how to access to that. In fact, if you access to the QR that it's on the sides, there's a link to the form for the feedback, and you can access the elements paper right from there. So in general, this is the earliest indication of the areas that we have. It's a 9 pages long document, and we are going to start analyzing this document in the context of our own interests. We are from different stakeholders, from different regions, so we are hoping to have diversity of perspectives. And I'm going to start with a guiding question about what sections of the paper are most aligned with your vision. At least from the Internet Society, we can say that it's positive that the document highlights the validity of the WSIS framework. It mentions that in the introduction. Also in the introduction, there are a couple of explicit mentions to the technical community and the multi-stakeholder collaboration of the WSIS framework, an implicit recognition of the Internet as a force for good in society related to digital economy, about social and cultural development. So it's positive to see some aspects, but I would like to hear from Fiona first about these sections that are most aligned with your vision. I'm going to have 2 minutes in here just to allow for all of us to participate. So. Do you want to go to Benny? I think that we can go with you first and then with Benny.
Okay. So, sorry. This is a little bit weird. I'll take it off when I talk so I don't hear myself speaking. So hello to everyone. I can't see everyone in the audience, but it's nice to be here and see people and to get together and talk about such an important topic that's going to sort of lay out where we go from here until December. When I took a look at the elements paper, it's really easy to kind of just look at the subheadings and focus on the one that you care most about. But my recommendation and observation is to not read a particular section in isolation, but to read the entire paper, so you can kind of get a flavor for all the things that are happening. And so when I read the paper, I read the chapeau section, and the chapeau section really was very strong on some of the process and very strong, I think, in addressing some of the challenges we saw last year with the GDC process, which I was pleased to see. And I was pleased to see so many references and acknowledgement of the importance of all stakeholders and much more of a collaborative process than we witnessed last year. But then as I started to read the subsections, I definitely saw two distinctive approaches. And I think that, I mean, I didn't write the paper, so it would be great to get some more information from the staff that were involved in writing the paper. But of the 15 specific issue sets, including the follow-up that then went on in the paper, there was 2 approaches. So the first 7 issues or so really were kind of like, here's our issue, here's what's happened in the 20 years since WSIS, and we're going to seek your feedback to do X. And then in the next 8 issue sets, the style was a little bit different. It was very starkly, here's an issue. And when I read some of these things in particular, I was like, oh, I'm time traveling back to 2003. So it's a statement of what the issue was 20 years ago, and we're going to deal with the issue as it goes forward. So from my perspective, I think it was a little hard to figure out where we might go in some of the issue sets. In particular, I was looking at internet governance, which is an issue near and dear to my heart. And I really was a little bit taken aback by some of the text being from 2003. But when I look at that text and I look at the upfront section, it gives me a little bit more comfort because the upfront section talks about how multi-stakeholder is important. But then the text on internet governance is about multilateral and the need for enhanced cooperation. So I think this week, as we're all here together and we talk and the conversation unfolds and we hear from the co-facilitators, it would be great to understand a little bit more what's envisioned and then what the process will look like in terms of making sure that the final paper that gets agreed or the 0 draft and as the process goes forward actually reflects everything that's happened in 20 years. So I did find the paper a little bit uneven in that the first bucket of issues reflected the progress of 20 years, and the second set of issues was just a statement of a problem from 20 years ago. So it would be great from my perspective to get some of that rectified going forward.
Okay.
So maybe I would leave with that.
Okay, great. Then we are going to hear from Benny. Then I would like to hear from Roman, just for you to start preparing. Benny, please.
Thank you. And I agree with Fiona's assessment of the paper. We at ICANN we are doing actually our own assessment. The Elements paper was published Friday. Today is, I'm not sure, Monday. And we were traveling to the IGF, but we are thinking of using the WSIS Plus 20 outreach network to organize a webinar, maybe next week after the IGF, or we'll see whether we're going to wait for the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event in Geneva the following week. To discuss this and to publish something in writing before that. But obviously our interest is in the internet governance section, so paragraph 57 and the following. And we're going to see the co-facilitators here. We have a meeting with them. Clearly there is some language that has not been used since, as Fiona mentioned, maybe 2003. So we want to find out why suddenly the governance of the internet says it should be multilateral, since every text after WSIS Tunis agenda, WSIS Plus 10 outcome document, and the Global Digital Compact, even on the section on internet governance, talks about multi-stakeholder and multilateral together, not separate. And clearly there is a lot of need to do. But on the other hand, the fact that this Elements paper is published and the ICANN community is reacting already, I've heard personally a lot of people in the hallways talking to me about it, is an encouragement sign, because it means people are paying attention and they now understand better how the UN processes are actually working with regards to governments meet and then they come with a paper that we only can discuss after that. So we encourage everyone again to reach out to their national governments, talk to them if they can get on their national delegations or on the experts groups within their governments, to talk to them about the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, the role of the technical community, which should be also stressed, and the continuation of the IGF. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Then Roman, please, and after that, for you to start preparing your contributions, Valeria, and then Jen, please.
Well, before I start, I want to thank the Internet Society for inviting me and all the rest of us here to talk about this important issue. Reacting to the paper in broad strokes, first, it was very nice to see that there's a recognition that the information society is very broad and that there's targeted approaches to talking about what digital governance means across a lot of different dimensions. It explicitly calls out things like internet, it calls out data, it calls AI governance as distinct, and as mentioned, the styles were written up in different ways, but it talks about really the differences between those, and it's not an attempt to put them in a monolithic kind of bunch and talk about a one-size-fits-all approach, which seemed to be pervasive across the paper. Next, it was really nice to see in a number of different places stressing the importance of capacity building across those different technology areas and recognizing that that's really the bedrock of how we start closing the digital divide across all the different parts of the information society. Coming from the Internet Engineering Task Force, a standards development organization for Internet protocols, as others have mentioned, we're very much focused on inclusion of a broad set of stakeholders on an equal footing to talk about Internet governance. And the current Ellen's paper, certainly as a start, and we're kind of recognizing that there's some tuning that needs to be done with the language, because as others have said, I mean, it's more historic language than before, so it'll be interesting to talk about that.
Great, thank you. Then Valeria, Jen, and Jorge.
Okay. Thank you very much also for the invitation to start discussing the Elements paper. From the point of view of the APC, which is a network of civil society organizations, mostly located in the Global South, we see very positively the inclusion of issues that are relevant for the realities of the Global South, such as obviously the social and cultural development, environmental impacts. Very glad to see that financial mechanisms are back to the table for conversation, and for us that gives the basis to also evolve even more in terms of the conversations, for instance, in terms of discussing fiscal justice and tax justice. Obviously, the recognition that human rights are central to the WSIS vision, that's very positive. So in that sense, it's a positive reaction in relation to the issues that are there. There are very important gaps, however, in terms of the issues, like, for instance, the accountability of corporations in terms of the impact on human rights, but also how the broad definition of Internet governance is going to be taken as a key reference for the evolution of the content that we have so far on the Elements paper. Would like to see much more emphasis on the financing mechanism, which is an issue that has been overlooked. And mostly, I think, clarification on the status of the descriptive content could be important, because, as others have mentioned, so far the content doesn't seem to reflect what has been discussed, not only through the framework of the conversations and the consultations as part of the Plus 20 review, but also doesn't seem to encompass all the conversations and the evolutions that have been happening in relation to the issues in the past 20 years. So I think some indication and clarification from the COFAX in relation to the status of the descriptive text and how that is going to evolve would be very, very important. I think that basically that's my initial reaction.
Okay, thank you. Jen, please.
Thanks, Isra. Thank you again for the invitation to speak here and react quite quickly to the Elements paper. My name is Jennifer Chung. I'm with .Asia organization, but of course speaking really with the point of view of the technical community as well. I think it was, I absolutely agree with Fiona. Looking at the chapeau, I think the language there is a little more developed. Of course, as technical community, we're happy to see us reflected there, but not so much when we go down to the paragraphs specifically talking about internet governance. I think that's something that we're focused very much on. I don't know if everyone in this room has heard of a technical community coalition for multi-stakeholderism, TCCM, but the day before, day -1, we actually had a full day event with the members to have an initial discussion on first reactions on the Elements paper, and I think it was a really good discussion. I think some of them called out that, digital governance is a newer term that has been seen in GDC, but not in previous, I guess, Tunis Agenda and other language. And it's a good reflection of that going forward. Another thing that, now speaking with .Asia hat on, that we were quite happy to see, of course, paragraph 33 is the internationalized domain names and the multilingual internet. I think that's also near and dear to ICANN, also the ICANN community as well. That's a welcome language in there. And then finally, just a little bit more first reactions, looking at the last part of the Elements paper, we noticed that it's quite sparse on monitoring, measurement, and especially on follow-up. So I'm expecting that co-facilitators are looking to have input on this specifically. And I think for us, as the internet governance community, that's where we really need to also focus our efforts on, whether or not it's from us or whether it's into negotiations. I think that is something that we will see a lot of change and fluctuations.
Thank you. And it's important that you mentioned the different aspects where people can make some advocacy. Jorge, please.
So, hello everyone. I hope you hear me okay. Jorge Cancios, Swiss government. So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. As to the elements paper, as was mentioned, we saw it on Friday. So it's we are still digesting what is in there, but we already had the information from COFAX or from their teams that they wouldn't put anything controversial into the elements paper. So it didn't come as a surprise to us that many things are missing. At least we see it as a skeleton, as an overview of topics, and we will have to fill it with a lot of substance, especially through the consultation that is going on until July 15th. So I invite everybody to put their thoughts into that with proposals as specific as possible, language proposals. We will try to do the same. As many of you know, there's a non-paper floating around with some ideas that we have been developing with many stakeholders over the last many months. So we will be building on that in our input to the consultation. And yeah, of course, seeing this multilateral text there brought me memories of when I was 20 years younger. But let's not get anxious, because this is just a skeleton, an overview. I don't think that this is a signal or something that we should be scared of.
Thank you. And I think it's a good segue into the following question, because I was about to ask you if you identify anything surprising, either in tone or content. And again, we understand that it may be way too early, like to have like a complete review, and that's why we are having this session here. We are drafting as well our rapid response that we are hoping to inform after these interactions, because of course for us, we found even more evolved text in the Global Digital Compact about the nature of the internet, because that mentions open, global, interoperable, stable, and secure. And this elements paper is only limiting to open, interoperable. Again, the mention to the multilateral internet governance, and some opportunities missed on how to link the GDC implementation to the WSIS framework. So I would like to start with Benny about if there's anything surprising, either in tone or content in the paper.
I don't know if we can call it surprising, but point 62 says that the mandate of the IGF is subject to this review, and proposals on the renewal of its mandate will be presented in the zero draft. So I think it's a good thing that the zero draft will be talking about the renewal of the IGF mandate, because there were some conversations going on around, at the UN, whether we do need an IGF or whether it should be. I mean, you may remember, or some of you may remember, that in the Global Digital Compact negotiations, there was an idea to create a digital cooperation forum, which eventually would have replaced the need to have an IGF. As the only multi-stakeholder forum under the UN umbrella, recognized even last year in the GDC as the most important place for discussions, we are hoping that the IGF will be extended. Maybe even they will consider to not renew it just for another 10 years, but make it permanent. And that will give stability to the IGF and more predictability with regards to searching for funds and finding resources that will support the work of the Secretariat, who, by the way, we are here because of the work of the IGF Secretariat and UNDESA. And this is one of the things which I think is actually a very positive thing in the part about internet governance. And as Jorge and others are already saying, that once we have more substantive view on this particular part that is touching in many ways to ICANN's mission, we will have more views to share on the WSIS Plus 20 outreach network. I should have mentioned, for those of you who are not subscribed, just go to the ICANN webpage, icann.org, find the government engagement page, and there you can subscribe for the WSIS Plus 20 outreach network. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I would like then to go with Roman and then with Valeria for you to start preparing your ideas. So Roman, please.
So in terms of surprise, I think many have already mentioned this, but really to repeat that the framing of the current text around kind of internet governance in element points, 57 and a little higher is just not consistent with how the internet has been successful for the last several decades through a broad multi-stakeholder model. There is, of course, the specific word swaps we were talking about, the use of multilateral versus multi-stakeholder, which really is subordinating the roles of those outside of the national government, and it's inconsistent with how things were written up in the last WSIS review. I think some of the other words are just the re-enumeration in a different way, inconsistent again kind of with the past of those non-governmental parties. We've lost the word technical community there. We've lost academia, and it just begs kind of fundamental kind of questions about whose input is going to be considered, whose input is valued, and what is the process by which that's going to be put together and evaluated, because right now it's these words full involvement. And so there's a lot that needs to be unpacked, and we need to look at what's been working for the last couple of decades and make sure that gets rolled into the language. So I was a little kind of surprised that we haven't learned that from the last several decades of success on the internet that have transformed so many economies and brought so much advancement around the sustainability goals and things like healthcare services and education.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Valeria, please.
Yes, thank you. In order not to repeat what has been said, which I agree, there were surprises for me as well. I could mention that despite the fact that the spectrum of issues is broad, and it's good to see those issues on the table, and even the recognition of emerging issues such as the artificial intelligence and data governance that are key elements of the implementation of the GDC, it is surprising to see that there is no reference to precisely the integration of the GDC within the WSIS architecture. So even though those aspects of the GDC implementation are highlighted, the elements paper does not give insights in terms of how the processes will be integrated. I could have hoped that there were some indications in that regard, so hopefully that will be developed through that.
Awesome, thank you very much. Then I will keep in that side of the table. Jen, please.
Thanks, Isra. I wish I could be like Valeria and not repeat it, but I think it's important to kind of hone in on and highlight again the language in, I guess, paragraph 59 and 59 and 60. I mean, obviously it does come from Tunis language, but the fact that it comes out quite glaringly, it does feel like what Fiona says, it's a step back there. And also the way that it's framed, maybe it's an unintended consequence, maybe it's something that stakeholders should really kind of, actually highlight even more. The dichotomy between 59 and 60 is quite stark, and maybe the unintended consequences, are we limiting, the governance to this multilateral thing, and then you can talk about internet governance at the IGF. So kind of just like siloing IGF into this kind of just, again, defanged talk shop, even though it is really meant to be a policy shaping place, not that it's just talk and then we go away and we do nothing. Another thing that, of course, comes up again is enhanced cooperation. I think, again, how we look to this conversation is going to be quite critical. I know that there will be a lot of back and forth in negotiations about this, 63, 64. And then it would be also interesting to hear from other stakeholders how we're going to look at this as well, because there is a lot of baggage around this phase, enhanced cooperation. And already we hear, rumblings from, how different states are thinking about this. So I think it will be quite interesting to see how we would be able to also opine on this. It's really important.
Great, thank you. Then I will go with Jorge and finally with Fiona, please.
Okay, so without a warning, no, but basically the positive surprise is, if it's a surprise, it's that the document is quite comprehensive. So it's, as I said before, an overview full of placeholders, but there's space to put or to include our inputs for during this public consultation that that is ongoing until 15th of July, which I repeat, please make your voice heard and make your inputs. What surprised me a little bit negatively, apart from other things that were mentioned, is really the point raised by Valeria, because after all, we've heard a lot of common ground on the need of avoiding duplication, of integrating GDC implementation into WSIS. That's coming from many, many places. So I wouldn't have thought that this is controversial, so that it has to wait for the zero draft to be included. So maybe that's the negative point, and where I would have expected a bit more of courage from the co-facilitators and the Secretariat.
Thanks. Fiona, please.
Yeah, I think on this specific questions, so I have one thing that I was really pleasantly surprised by, which I don't usually get to say, but I do think the recognition of all the work that everyone's done over the years on internationalized domain names was a really nice thing that's actually in there as a positive. I do remember the first IGF and IDNs were a big topic, so it's great to see that, and it's great to actually see the specific reference to ICANN. I spent many years arguing inside the UN system where people would never even accept a reference to ICANN in a footnote. So the fact that it's in the document at the outset, I thought was great, and that's a great point of evolution here. So agreeing with some of the other stuff that's been said about internet governance, I think I found challenging. But the one sentence, that very last one about enhanced cooperation, I'm a little bit perplexed by, because it says there will be proposals on how to improve enhanced cooperation as envisioned by Tunis. And I'm unclear what that means, and I was actually in Tunis. So I don't know what that's going to be. We've had 2 working groups on enhanced cooperation. We've had the system evolve in the earlier debates about enhanced cooperation. For some people, there was a lot of conversation about the U.S. government's relationship with ICANN. That's all evolved. So I'm not quite sure what we're going to be talking about on enhanced cooperation. So I thought that paragraph 62, that last one in that section, assumed a certain thing, and I'm a little perplexed as to what the assumption is. And listening to the government discussions about this, it was great. DESA had it on web TV. You could listen in. I didn't actually hear that many countries calling for enhanced cooperation, so I'm a little bit perplexed on that one. I think that's the one I probably find the most surprising.
No, good to identify that. Yes, Benny, please.
Just to add something, unfortunately, I have to leave for a meeting I cannot postpone, but I was not surprised, but that's why I didn't mention the mentioning of ICANN, because, you ask what are we surprised of? Because I think it's a recognition for the work in multilingualism and connecting the unconnected. ICANN has done a lot of work in internationalized domain name, universal acceptance, and other technical stuff that most people don't really know enough about, which is good, because we are doing it quietly and involving all the interested parties to help, open the domain name space for scripts different than Latin. And with the new GTOD program, which is starting next year, we are hoping to bring even more of those countries. And this has been a theme that we used, by the way, in our conversations since the beginning of the IGF in different bilateral settings. So I think this is one of the reasons why, when you ask the way you frame the question really is what is surprising. And I think that between now and the zero draft, which is expected sometime in August, as Jorge mentioned, there is time until July 15th, I think, to send comments on the elements paper. We should all do that as much as we can, and in the areas that we are interested in. We've met the co-facilitators. They're very reasonable and skilled diplomats, and their staff is amazing. So I think they will take a listen into what we submit, because the more information we put together, the better. And we have seen, by the way, this also with the UN DESA preparation for the multi-stakeholder consultations, how they're informing people in advance when they're speaking, what's the order, etc. We didn't see that at all in the GDC, so it's a very big progress from that time, and we hope our participation and contribution will be meaningful. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you. And we have 28 minutes left, question remaining, because we want to hear also from you and from the people in the remote participation. My colleague Mona is taking note of the people that would like to take the floor, because after this question, we are going to ask you if you could flag one idea that needs the most attention or refinement, what would it be? And for that, we are going to have mics at the sides of the room, and we are going to have the remote participation enabled. So for you to start thinking what would be that answer. And as of now, I would like to ask the speakers, and I'm going to start with Valeria. Are there important issues that were left out? I know that you mentioned something in the previous round, but what other issues would you consider?
Yes, no, I think obviously it is very important to see explicit reference to the Human Rights Council resolution that acknowledges that the same human rights that apply offline apply also online. But I think references in relation to the international human rights law across the document could have been nice. I think that's a gap, obviously, that's completely missing. As I mentioned, also linkages with not linkages, but the indivisibility of rights and the recognition that not only civil and political rights are important, but the economic, social, and cultural rights. At least I mentioned about the importance of that. I think there is also a gap on that regard. And as I mentioned, the issue of corporate accountability, particularly in relation to the impact on human rights, is absent, and references to the broad definition of internet governance. That's what I want to highlight, because several have explained here in this panel why that is important, not only in terms of acknowledging the evolution of the conversation, but also because of the scope of governance at all levels. Those are the ones that I could highlight as underscoring those ones.
Okay, perfect. Then I'm going to go with Roman, then with Fiona, just for you to start preparing with no surprises. And Roman, please.
So to move a little bit away from internet governance, to revisit the parts of the paper that are around AI, there's prominent kind of treatment kind of there, and the paper obviously highlights the pace of kind of change across all the different sectors, and then talks about the risks associated with it and ensuring how AI doesn't grow the digital divide. And so framing that as the problem in elements 61 to kind of 63, the response is the solution when you look at element points 73 to 76 appears to be the answer is multilateral approach to kind of governance. So really, I think for future conversation is really you're dealing with a rapidly changing kind of technology, lots of innovation that's changing things around the world. There's risks that are understood. Really, why, given all that change that's happening, do you not want to benefit from the broad feedback of lots of different stakeholders there? So I think really for discussion is the elements paper currently, when it talks about AI, really has no affordance for civil society, for academia, or the technical community when you talk about AI governance. And back to the notion of internet governance, if you think about the 20 kind of 30 years ago, we also had a technology that was rapidly changing, was innovating, and was changing kind of the world over the last couple of decades, called the internet, and that multi-stakeholder process kind of worked. So I think as we kind of think about what's left out is I think it's further discussion on inclusion of a broader set of stakeholders in AI governance. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Fiona, please, and after that, Jorge, and then Jen, please.
Yeah, when I think about what's missing explicitly is some clarity on how all these things are going to sync up. When I think about GDC, and I think about what's going to happen next, and there's that line at the end about follow-up will be proposals for follow-up. It would be great to see some more specificity about how any follow-up would actually link all these things together as to having these disparate work streams. There's a reference in the artificial intelligence section about the importance of linking up with GDC, but I didn't see it across the others. And I was just double-checking. I didn't remember really reading anything about the WSIS forum, which I found a little bit surprising. And so at the end of WSIS, there was this review process set up to renew the mandate of IGF every 5 years, now every 10 years. But also this WSIS forum was created originally for the UN agencies to get together every year in Geneva and report on how they were implementing the WSIS action lines. And now the WSIS forum has evolved and is a little bit bigger and has some policy components too. But the WSIS forum was, and that meeting in Geneva every year was the way for the UN agencies tasked with implementing WSIS to report. So I found it a little bit weird that there's not really anything on WSIS forum in the paper. That was my other observation.
No, that's right. And in fact, during Japan's Open Forum a couple of hours ago, Gitanjali mentioned their surprise. And yeah, Valeria.
Just in relation to this point that Fiona brought up, I think another gap in the document is precisely how, for instance, the focus areas of the GDC or within the GDC fill also, the gaps within the action lines. I think that aspect of that links to the integration of the processes that is still missing.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, please.
It's my turn. So basically what I mentioned before. It's what's missing is the how. The how is very important. We have lots of language on the substance, and basically we negotiated the substance less than 1 year ago with the GDC. So I don't think there will be big changes to the substance or where we can agree at the UN level. But on the how, that's really an open question. It's an open question, how do we integrate the GDC implementation into other structures, how we avoid duplication, how we avoid proliferation of processes that kill inclusion, that are very difficult for smaller stakeholders, which mean spending money on duplicative things. So that's a lot of questions, and there have been also many proposals how to improve the UN group on the information society, how we can include newer agencies, also the Office on Digital and Emerging Technologies into that work, how we can improve the work of the CSTD. By the way, the CSTD agreed in April, in April, I think, on a couple of things on how to do this integration, and I don't see also the text of those resolutions in the proposal of the elements paper. And of course, it's also the question how we strengthen the IGF so that the IGF really fulfills to the largest extent possible its mandate. And there I'm looking forward also to very innovative ideas, and I see Bertrand there at the mic, and really it's for the community to come forward. We member states, we of course make our proposals. You can talk to us or check them if you have them, but it's really the community who has to be really bold and really innovative. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to go with Jen, and after that we are going to start with the participation from the floor. I see that it's Bertrand and Carlos, and also probably we have some people in the Zoom session. So just start thinking about your answer, one idea or element that needs the most attention. Just to close this round, Jen, please.
Thanks, Joshua. I'll be brief because we want to hear from all of you here as well. Again, reiterating that, the gap and the missing part is the dimension of the, technical community called out by itself, the recognizing of that, and especially in the internet governance paragraphs. Valeria mentioned, the missing part of the GDC implementation. We see echoes of the final GDC text in it, but there is no explicit kind of tie-in of that implementation. That's missing as well. There's been calling out for the voluntary financial or funding mechanisms, or the innovative, I can never say that word, innovative funding mechanisms as well for the AI portions, but not so much, it's quite silent on that in regards to the IGF or I guess the internet governance paragraphs. And then finally, I counted through the whole elements paper. It only mentions inclusion 3 times and digital inclusion only once. And I think Fiona said very well in the beginning, you have to look at it in a whole cohesive manner, and splitting, bridging the digital divide and the capacity building parts. doesn't seem like those two sections actually talk to each other. So there's a big missing gap there as well. And then finally, again, back to TCCM, Technical Community Coalition for Multi-Stakeholderism. Jordan Carter from AUDA, so the .au domain administration, he's leading the draft on the input that we're trying to do for part of the internet technical community to respond to the Elements paper by the 15th of July. I see him in the room, so I'm not going to really do that, but I am kind of putting him on the spot to see if he can say a little more. Thank you.
Thanks. So we can go with our colleagues here in the floor, but also in the Zoom session. If you're interested in sharing your thoughts, you can do so in the chat or raising your hand, and then we are going to enable the microphone for you. Carlos, please. Your name and affiliation, please.
Thank you very much. Carlos Vera from the Internet Society Ecuadorian chapter. A very nice initiative, Isra. Thank you very much. I would like to be sure that the mechanism for comments is working. We send some comments on the paper, and I hope you receive. I see that we share, maybe not the same worries, maybe not the same surprise, but for sure the same interest in zero draft, enhanced comparison, and also in the multi-stakeholder mechanisms. We will continue to working in the working group, so let's continue the discussion. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. And in fact, you were the first respondent to that QR code, so thank you for that. Do we have any participation online? Okay. Bertrand, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Bertrand de la Chapelle from the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. I will focus on one point, which is basically the item 62 that deals with the mandate of the IGF. And I think what is missing is to have a discussion that goes beyond just the question of the renewal. We are discussing almost exclusively whether there should be a renewal, whether it should be 10 years or permanent. I personally, of course, support the idea of having it permanent. But I think it's even more important to discuss what is the ambition that we have for the IGF. All of us here, or a lot of us here, really believe in what this organization can be. I take as a positive element that some of the sessions that I attended this morning are reiterating, and thanks to Jen, by the way, for having said that, the notion that the IGF is a decision shaping, an agenda setting, a framing thing. And the session on the WGIG, for those of you who were able to attend, highlighted the importance of the documentation role of a secretariat. All the work that we're doing here needs to be documented, even if it is not a consensus, even if it is the representation of the different positions. So the key question is, what is the IGF that we hope to see? Can we have a discussion that will not be finalized definitely by December, but can we have something in the documents that will come in December that says we need to have a serious discussion not only on the renewal of the mandate, but on the evolution of the mandate, and an expression that has been used also in the last few sessions, the institutionalization of this organization, which at the moment is a little bit ad hoc. It is starting just from the WSIS agenda, but it has been built bottom up in a certain way, but it is time at 20 years old to become a full-fledged structure. So I think we need to think about what we want, or at least to think about where we should and when we should discuss the mandate evolution and the structure.
Great, thank you. And also for the colleagues here in the room or in the virtual session, if you want also to share spaces or opportunities for people to engage in this process, if you are drafting a written contribution, you are planning to endorse or to open any other participation space, you can also use this opportunity to share it. Jordan, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jordan Carter. I work for the .au domain administration. We're one of the 7 organizations that have come together in the Secretariat for the TCCM coalition that Jennifer kindly mentioned. We will be doing an input on here, but I'm not here to talk about that so much. If you want to talk about TCCM with us, please do feel free to do any with the 40 or so members from all around the world. But I wanted to reflect on the question that you asked, Israel, which is like the most important thing. And I think broadly speaking, it is to make sure that when the zero draft comes out, it reflects the actuality of how internet governance has evolved in the past 20 years. We've noted other speakers that there are sort of statements from 2003 Tunis in there. And I think we need to build from the perambulation through the journey of the WSIS Plus 10 review, the GDC, the CSTD resolutions, and so on, to just show that this medium, this system of the internet is irrevocably multi-stakeholder and must be recognized as such. It isn't good enough for the UN process to argue that something is multilateral when it simply isn't, never has been, never will be, never can be. So I think we should be quite strong on that in quite a warm way, because the system has already acknowledged it through all these other discussions. So I think that's an underlying thing about the permanence of the IGF mandate. It's an underlying thing about telling the story of all of the small e, small c enhanced cooperation that has been done through the IGF system and all the other institutions. So I think that's one of the key things we need to do in our inputs. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Then our colleague in the first mic, name and affiliation, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Oosterling, and I'm from Article 19, a local to global human rights organization working on free speech and related rights. We also are part of the Global Digital Rights Coalition on WSIS, which brings together a number of civil society working on the WSIS process. A lot has been said, especially on internet governance, so I'm not going to go to that. I also have a lot of questions on enhanced cooperation and all the other paras that have been mentioned. I want to mention something that Valeria mentioned that I really want to amplify. One really simple thing. Human rights. So paragraph 43 starts very promising because it says human rights are central to the WSIS vision. Now, if you ask me personally, after that, this section kind of goes downhill. What we're missing is a clear reference, a clear grounding in international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and international refugee law. I'm not seeing that. And I feel like in terms of all the things that I've heard in the consultations, that was given as input. And so it's a bit of a shame to not see this here reflected, as this is an issues paper, an elements paper, and should reflect that. The second thing that is really missing, and you mentioned it about inclusion, it does speak about certain groups, women and girls, children. It is missing a whole host of groups, underserved communities, out of reach, however you want to describe them. Inclusion is absolutely critical to realizing the WSIS vision. This is not in this text. So that's something we really need to think about, how we can bring that element of inclusivity. And because I cannot help myself, and I work for Article 19, clue is in the name, paragraph 48 is incorrect. It says that international rights agreements permit restrictions on expression, et cetera, This is not what the international rights agreements say. So I will definitely make a proposal as part of my submission to make sure that at least this reflects the correct three-part test that is known in international human rights law and accepted by pretty much everyone in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any remote participation? No. Perfect. Also, next steps, what's going to happen next? But after that, before that, I'm going to give the floor to Flavio. But if you would like to share anything that you're planning to do as next steps, please feel free to share it. I'm going to share our next steps. Flavio, please.
Thank you, Isra. So Flavio Wagner from CGI.br and also ISOC Brazil. Many of the panelists already mentioned this, about the future of the IGF, and we see that there are three different sections in the elements paper. One, which is titled Internet Governance, and within this section we see references to the IGF and the renewal of its mandate. There are different sections handling AI and data governance. They are separate. And there is no reference to the IGF in the sections on AI and on data governance. So it seems that, coming back 20 years, that the IGF is only for internet governance, while we would love to see the IGF as a kind of focal point for discussing all things about digital governance in general. And taking some of the good ideas of the non-paper, as Jorge has suggested to us, there's this discussion whether we should maybe rebrand the IGF and call it Digital Governance Forum or something like that, but which makes clear that it's not only about internet. It's about digital cooperation in general. It's about digital transformation processes in general. So the structure of the Elements paper seems to give to the IGF the mandate only to discuss internet and nothing about AI or data governance. And that there is even reference in paragraph 769. There is the reference on the CSTD working group on data governance, so a different space. And in paragraph 75, in the section on AI, there is a reference to the high-level advisory board on AI, so a different space discussing AI.
Yep.
So the structure already separates things, yeah. So
Perfect. Thank you. And last call for the remote participation, going once, going twice. And also the NRIs are not mentioned in the Elements paper. I just wanted to say that. So next steps, what's going to happen next? Jorge mentioned that, Veni mentioned that as well. There's a window to submit written contributions until July 15. The co-facilitators have enabled an online form for them to collect the input from the community. If you follow that QR that are on the side of the room, that contains also the link not only to our form, but that redirects to the link to the co-facilitators for you to see the questions they are asking. They are inviting for specific feedback on specific sections of the Elements paper, but they are asking specific questions in that online form. If you want to create your written contribution, you can do so. You can inform your thinking. There's the non-paper shared by the Swiss government, also a non-paper by the Australian government, some other resources. At the Internet Society, we released also our non-paper last week, conversation opener, for you to gather some ideas, some thoughts. We are going to use the interactions that we got here in this session and during this IGF week to publish a rapid response to the Elements paper, something brief, a quick reaction. But we are also going to construct our written contribution based on the community's input. That's why we have that QR code in there. If you don't have the time or the energy to go and write your own contribution, you can share your thoughts, and we are going to take into consideration your ideas for our own. We are going to open our written contribution for endorsement by our chapters and members. But if you would like to create your own written contribution and you've had questions, we have a community working group. If you are a member, it's free to join a WISP Plus 20 community working group. You can do so from your membership page. There's also a mailing list hosted by ICANN, the WISP Plus 20 Outreach Network. We've seen many emails going in that network. So in general, there are many opportunities to contribute. So the invitation here is just to keep talking to each other, ask questions. It's totally valid that at this point, of course, the Elements paper was released on Friday. Many of us just went through the document quickly. Probably we are going to have more ideas in the coming years. So keep the ideas going, keep the conversation going, please, because if we have more views, more thoughts in that consultation, the zero draft is going to be stronger. So the important part in here is that if we don't share our thoughts, if we don't share our input, that zero draft is going to be built based only on whatever stakeholders participating are going to say, and we want our views in there. That's why our invitation to submit your own written contributions, to reach out to other organizations who are doing so. So I want to thank my colleagues who joined me today in this session, and we will keep facing each other here in the IGF 2025. We will see what happens next year, if we will have another IGF or what's going to happen. So thank you very much, and yeah, we'll see you in the halls. Thanks.